Good day and good evening and welcome to Dailies Hangout stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time around, we're going to start with Alliance Raid and Frontline on Chaos. Once we've done that, then I think we will try and go over to Innocence on Shadow and see if we can do the rest of the dailies there. The reason being that anyone from Light is kind of blocked off from doing dailies with me if we're on Chaos. But if we go to Shadow and try to do any of the like 24 plus player stuff, well, it's not going to happen. There's like, I don't know how many there are right now, but I remember a recent time where we were hanging out on Shadow that there were actually less than 200 people actively on Innocence. So we need to bring the pre-made, right? We need to bring the pre-made. But we can do that probably with expert roulette, high level dungeons, leveling, trials, normal raids. But probably not with Frontline and probably not with Alliance raids. So we're going to do those on Chaos. Ross says I'm coming, stuck in cutscene. We can wait a moment. Yeah, I think we'll start with Alliance raids. With that said, hey Lexi, hey Chester, hey Vince, hey Shiro, hey Shaq, hey Gazel, hey Siren, hey Rust, hey Zav, hey James, hey Imia, hey Dog, hey Giraheen, hey Jeff, hey Aradel, hey Kazadragoon, hey Fru, and hey Ham. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Martin, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that is an interesting point, that if we were to do a try to see if we could make the longest walk, like make a longer one since Endwalker, because what's it, Tyrol connects to Charlian, it means the most we could do with this is, we could go from, I think the furthest out we could do is either Heritage or like Solution 9 and then all the way back to Tyrol and then to Charlian and then somewhere else, or from Zone 6 all the way back to Tyrol and then something with the Charlian. But I don't know if that's actually longer than Ultima Thule and Labyrinthos. Hey Tristan, hey Tween, hey Dennis, hope you're doing well as well. Right, are you almost there, Rust? In the meantime, if you'd like to join me for Alliance Raid Roulette, come on over to me. Zone 6 to Ultima Thule? That could be. Like, if Zone 6 all the way back to Tyrol and then to Charlian is, like, comparable to Ultima Thule to Charlian, then we might have something, because I do believe that the trip from Ultima Thule just back to Charlian is insanely long. Although it is competing directly with Churning Mists. I seem to remember that that one is extremely long as well. Going to Lindsay to travel. Russ, did you want to join for this? Are you on the way? Are you ready? Are you available? Yeah, that is the plan, that we will try and do as many of the roulettes as possible over in Shadow, so that everyone in EU can join. Originally, this stream was going to be me just leveling either a tank or a healer, but as you can see here, I already leveled a tank, and I almost leveled a healer, so that's why it's just dailies. Right. Is this what we're doing? And that is true. You don't actually have to be exactly on Louis Soir. You don't even have to be right here. If you know that I'm inviting you, then you just have to be on Chaos. And right now, it's not like you're likely to be anywhere else if, like, your home base is Chaos. I'm guessing we're getting... Void Arc. We've been getting Void Arc quite a lot recently. And we're getting... Near. Nice, huh? Hey, Philippe. Hope you're doing well. Well, Dennis, I've talked about this like almost a million times by now, but it would be a terrible idea to put Crystal Tower in the same roulette as MSQ roulette, because putting a 4-man and a 24-man would just mean that Crystal Tower never, ever, 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 ever happens. But I'm totally up for the idea of moving Crystal Tower to its own roulette. Like, MSQ relevant Alliance Rage roulette or whatever. Nay, BSR and Silvermint, hope you're doing well. By what I mean with the problem of having two distinct, like massively different group size content in the same roulette being a problem, is that if you've ever queued for guild tests, it's really unlikely that you get the 8-man. And I'm nearly 100% confident that that's actually because... Oh, whoops, I didn't use my lord there. Go well. Because... Why would it put you in an 8-man? It can just put you in a 4-man. And then it'll find 4 new players later and put you in a 4-man. Which means that if you had Crystal Tower in MSQ roulette, it would just find like a 4-man and a 4-man and a 4-man and a 4-man and a 4-man, and it would never suddenly have 24 people unless it had like 21 players already looking for Crystal Tower that could make up the majority of the group. It would never have any reason to actually give you Crystal Tower. Draw! Monster Cardo! But I do think that we have a problem with Crystal Tower. There's just not that much we can do about it. Not that much. An ad! Better kill it. They could make more content unlockable behind some alliance raids. They could. Then my question to you, Silvermint, is... do you think that would be enough? But you're right, that is also a way to do it. That would be a more natural way to do it. Is to just give players reason to unlock it. And Gleaming and Fatman, hope you're both doing well. You know what's even weird about it, Dennis? Is that if you actually get the harder alliance raids, like the newer ones, they actually proportionally give more XP. I read yesterday a discovery that the Endwalker alliance raids give more XP than like the level 95 dungeon for just doing them. And you could get those with your Alliance Raid Roulette bonus if people just queued for them more. Or had them unlocked more. They give like, what is it, Thalea gives 13 million XP? Exactly, Gleaming. It gives so much XP that if you could get that and your group is okay-ish, then that would not be a bad idea. And Tristan says, which Shadow World are we meeting on again? Innocence. After we've done Frontline, which is after this, I will go to Innocence on Shadow. You know, I see now. This is the passion of my ascension. Oh, definitely, Fru. It has had some impact, and there's also a reasonably high probability that the fact that Dun's Skate and all that is required for a quest, like a quest line with Tataru, also had some impact. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm just saying that, is it enough? Would that be the best solution? Or should we do, like, is it better to go for something more aggressive, like actually forcing Crystal Tower out of the roulette and things like that? I am righteousness! But I do agree. I also say I've seen a lot more Void Arc since Dawntrail. Philippe says, I got a friend going through Endwalker right now and somehow he still has the Sprout icon. With the release of Dawntrail, you have to enter Dawntrail to actually lose your Sprout icon. And you also need to have played over 300 hours. That is quite funny, Fru. I'll also say what is also pretty funny is, like, consider for all those players that got into Dawntrail with, like, Dawntrail being the next thing they're going to do. Consider all those players that haven't even reached Dawntrail yet. Like, they just log in like normal and continue on whatever project they had going. No death. Isn't the amount of Void Arc inflated since the Heavensward Alliance raid is always in Wondrous Tales if you don't have 100? That is actually an interesting point. Is that true? I didn't know that. I didn't notice that. This cutscene has the sound design of a voiced scene. Ah, Machinations is not playing is what you're saying, huh? Yeah, giving players more reason and incentive to unlock content is like the most natural way to make players unlock content and play it. But there's only so much you can do in that regard, and sometimes, even if you do add something for people to unlock, there will still be players that'll be like, well, I don't care about that, so I'll just not do it. Whereas if you go with a more strict approach that either means that the problem being Crystal Tower is removed from the equation, or you somehow enforce unlocking the other stuff in one way or another. But both of those solutions are quite aggressive, especially trying to force players to unlock content. I feel like that's like the worst timeline, and a lot of people will hate that because they're like getting forced to unlock stuff. It's never fun. We have gotten a lot more Heavensward Alliance raids, and if that's true, that Heavensward Alliance raids are always present if you don't have a level 100, that would explain that. They could also make Crystal Tower fun, rework it to modern standards. I mean, they don't even have to rework it. A big part of what would make it more engaging would be if they just increased the numbers and stuff, so that, you know, stuff happened. So, like, that's also a way to do it. But if we make the assumption they don't want to do that, then, yeah. But that is true, Haber. They could just make it more fun. It is pretty interesting. I did explore how the first boss in Labyrinth of the Ancients was supposed to be done. And yeah, I can't imagine in 2024 a group, just imagine for a second, like for a moment, because this is the thing that you have to remember that we're essentially asking for when we say they could also just make the content harder, like make it more engaging by like forcing people to actually do the mechanics, is the first boss in Labyrinth of the Ancients requires you, if done correctly, to control your damage output and carefully move the skeletons around and stuff like that. Like, there's actually a lot going on. Imagine if you are the sole person who knows how to do the fight, and you're put in there with 23 sprouts that, one, have no idea, and have, two, exclusively been doing all the other easy content leading up to this. You might not find that very fun. And what I mean by that is, it's always easy to ask for harder content, but part of the reason why you might not want the content to be too hard is it's fun that it's more engaging the first time you do it, where it's more engaging. It might be less that when you do it for the 50th time. At that point you might prefer if it just is a little easier. And yeah, people will eventually learn how to do it. And the difficulty we have right now is definitely too easy. And the question is how much they need to tune it. Yeah. I wonder if this is better. I realized that I flipped my card order. Maybe it's better. I can use Lord of Crowds later in the burst. Strange. They should make the Hydra specifically harder so people see Pyretic more. Actually, the Hydra is among the fights that sometimes is capable of wiping you, or at least threatening you, if people don't, like, if people ignore its mechanics too hard. It's not, like, super common, but it is capable of doing it. You might be right on that, Gleaming. I know the feeling of starting a cutscene and going, I'm smelling a cutscene. Like, I'm smelling a voiced cutscene in the air. Like, I know the feeling. And the most common way to go, there's no there's no voice lines in this cutscene is, if the song that's playing is Machinations, it's probably not voiced. Most of the time, it's not voiced. But it's hard for me to put a finger on exactly what it is, but I also do have that, I feel like this is voiced. There was actually a discovery that that there's two models of the of a certain NPC that you meet in Zone 5, where the hair is slightly different. And people came to the conclusion that the one where the hair is slightly different is used for specific kinds of cutscenes. And yeah, the camera is often a lot more how do I put it? Moves more around when it's voiced. What if they make a Wondrous Tales roulette to incentivize unlocking content and move the Wondrous Tales UI to a tab on the Party Finder, so Party Finder's more of a minigame? That could be. That is an interesting idea. It would actually be, like, that would actually be pretty funny. I know this is building quite a lot on what you suggested, but imagine if they made it so that Wondrous Tales exclusively offered, like, if you had content left in the game to unlock, then the majority of the things on it would be stuff you don't have yet. That would be extremely mean. But it would also be kind of funny, wouldn't it? So like if you have a lot of content left to unlock in the game, then like 10 of the 16 blocks, bless you, 10 of the 16 blocks would be like stuff you don't have access to yet, so that you have to unlock it. And then the remaining 6 are things that, oh, level 1 to 50 dungeon, things like that. It could also be stuck to the category rules, so it's like, well, the alliance raid blob or slot would be like, oh, you don't have Nia unlocked yet, so you gotta do the Nia one. The rewards would have to be better, else players would just not do it. I can guarantee you that people would still do it, Viek, because it would be XP and loot they're losing out on. Like, I feel like you're forgetting the part where players are, like, some players are willing to do anything for more rewards. Anything. And there's also the part that you would still be able to use your second chances if you can't get it. Like, you have to remember, Viek, that if you level to 100 while you haven't completed the MSQ yet, then what I just described is your daily experience. You have a level 100? Okay, well in that case, one of your tabs is to do an extreme you don't even know the normal for yet. Like, Chloe does not care. You're like, well, you have a level 100, right? Just get good. I can't. I haven't unlocked that content. Well, go and do it then. Unlock it. Well, I haven't done the MSQ yet. Then do that. I don't understand what you're not getting about. Do it. And yeah, exactly. Some players will do guild tests daily. Precisely. But that would be an interesting solution. It would also mean that once you have unlocked everything, it would be like basically like Wondrous Tales is now. It would inspire me to unlock the old alliance raid. There you go. See, that's also a way to go about this problem where you don't get specific content because people don't unlock it, is give people incentive to unlock stuff. I don't know how they do it, because see, the thing is, I can tell you, I can assure you, I can guarantee you that if we do Alliance Raid Roulette and we get something like Nia, we get better rewards in general than if we get Circus Tower. But there are still players that would rather have Circus Tower because it's easier and faster. So at this point, I personally am at least reaching the stage where I'm like, it's not about the rewards, it's that some players just want easy dinner, right? They just want easy rewards. They'll take the smaller reward if it means they have to work a little less for it. dropped some cards on the floor. It'd be pretty funny if when you use draw, if you still had cards left from your previous draw, just like drop some cards on the floor. It's really obviously a little bit like a Black Mage Bunny on Ninja. That would be so good. Haber says, someone once told me they'd rather do Crystal Tower twice than Puppets once. See, exactly. And the thing is, doing Crystal Tower twice would be faster than doing Puppets once. The thing is, if you actually like had to do Crystal Tower like as it is right now twice, like if we take them on the word there and go, okay, then you do it twice, same reward, Crystal Tower would look way more pathetic in rewards by comparison, because Puppets Bunker's rewards actually scale better with the time investment. Wow, it's already done. Nailed it. Special animation where the cards explode out of your globe. Yeah, there's something like that. I mean, the weird thing with Alliance Raid Roulette is that for years, from what I understand, actually years, they've made it so that, like, the XP scales. It's just that the Tombstone rewards didn't. Which meant that if you were max level, you had no reason, like, you had no benefit for doing Near Raid instead of Crystal Tower, unless you wanted rewards from the Near Raid. Which, again, rather specific. Yeah, like the glamours. But if you're there to do like daily stuff, which is probably the main reason that you land here through roulettes, then you wouldn't care about the near specific rewards. And because only the XP scaled, you had no reason to do it. But they've changed that. You actually do get slightly better Tombstone rewards for getting something that isn't like Crystal Tower. What if you queue for an Alliance raid that isn't in roulette? Do you still get high XP? Well, yeah, the rewards, like the rewards that you get from the various Alliance raids are there, and then you get the daily. That is also the reason why I was talking about earlier that it was discovered that the Endwalker Alliance raids give like 10 plus million XP for a clear. That's not in roulette. They just do that. For some reason. They just decided that that sounds reasonable. And that's so much that if you can clear it fast enough, it's better than doing like a level 95 dungeon out of roulette, right? And yeah, true, James. The problem is that for each person who's actively farming near for near, there's like a bunch of people that are like, yeah, I already did that. Already been there. Bap, bap. Still not enough for the layer. Well, if people get good enough at clearing it, it might be fine. I think the primary problem is that it seems like people got even worse at clearing it. Uh-oh. Yeah. Altima and Gold, hope you're both doing well. Every run of Myths of the Realm costs a little bit of your soul. Well, I'd argue it costs less of your soul than Crystal Tower, and way less than a Mescue Roulette. So, you know, it could be worse. It could be worse. Ugh. All the little soak circles. Ha! Like a circle to soak over Narnia, and then the boss is like, nah, it's actually, I'm moving it to closer. It's going to be closer, don't you worry. Anything is worse than Thalea? Really? I didn't think it was that bad. We're almost level 100. I think I'll use some hunt marks real quick to reach 100, and then I'll switch to a different job. It'll be like less than 5 minutes. I was torn. No, it wasn't quite torn from the head. It's different enough that I have yet to see problems thanks to that one, Ymir. But yeah, you're right. It's basically torn from the heavens. It's really, really close. Hey, cat. Hope you're doing well. Alpacas. No, so Cat, the story is we're starting with Alliance raids and Frontline so that we can do the rest over on Shadow. So that the people over from Light can join in as well. Wait, where are the alpacas? They're not here, I'm being an idiot. Where are you? Ah, yeah, over in Narnia. There. What did I do? I used the new fancy schmancy button called Oracle, which hits like a freight train. You're like, what could we give Astrologian? What could they possibly need? I don't know. How about, like, an insanely strong OGCD? Why? And where do we put it? Well, during the raid buffs, obviously. Oh, yeah. I guess that would help. Oh, whoops. I pulled a third one. Womp womp. Yeah, I wonder what it is that incentivizes that I have to hunt them, huh? It's just some guy that just really don't like alpacas. It's Wuklamat from the past. You put up all these hunt marks. And then things changed. When the Fire Nation attacked. The Thunder Nation attacked. The Thing Nation attacked or something. Huh? It's saying it's up here. It doesn't, isn't it? I'm pretty sure they're not. Huh? Huh? That's not super helpful. You are game. You are aware that that's a huge area, right? What? Where are these? Bandacurl, where are you? Over here? Wow. Near the Aetherite. Huh. It's over here. Meanwhile, game says it's up there. I cast Kaboom! Treasure. There you go. You don't even have to learn where the things are. Normally I use a website that just tells me where to go. And there. You've got new Troller Sect. Yeah, now I can do this. And this. That looks incredible for an effect that is just... You take 10% less damage. I just summon actual space. The fanciest 10% mitigation. Yeah, exactly. Right. Next. Let's go back to base. Definitely, Astrologian looks great, but in this particular case, that's a really, really over-the-top animation for you. The raid takes 10% less damage. Next, we're doing Frontline. We can only queue 4 at a time, but I would like to know, like, a head count of who wants to join for PvP in this group. Hey Lemon, hope you're doing well. What if it just, what if it looked like just a nothing? Fair. And yes, BSR, the Oracle did like 40k damage. Well, we are 6 players, so if everyone here wants to join, then we can have a 3 and a 2. Ymir is team 2. Oh, Ymir, if you invite Cat, he's in the link shell stuff. If we had, do we have a? All right. You can, you can still join if you want to, Rust. It would be pretty funny if it looked like nothing, Gireen. But speaking of that, Ymir, I'm pretty sure that this isn't nothing. Like, Expedient is also not that incredible, but it looks incredible. Right, if this is it, then I'll do a ready check. Is Ymir ready in their little group? All right. I'll queue for Frontline at when it says 5:50 on Eorzea time. Yeah, I know what I mean, Girain. If they had actually made it, I don't know, a little bit like, you know, Reprisal. Doesn't look like very much. But it does, like, it accomplishes approximately the same as Sunsign here that like Astrologian gets. And yeah, also that BSR. I think players will never underestimate the value of speed boosts after the hilarity that was people underestimating Expedient. Only for Expedient to be the only level 90 healer action that got nerfed. The only one. And it actually got nerfed quite heavily. Meanwhile, White Mage got a quality of life buff on theirs. Oh, that's quick. Hope yours also popped. Is Macrocosmos still a DPS loss? Yes, but it has been said by the developers that they know, and they're going to fix it. For those thinking, what do you mean by Macrocosmos being a DPS loss? Macrocosmos, Astrologian's level 90 action, is a spell, but it does the same damage as Full Malefic at level 90. But for whatever reason, it does not scale up with Full Malefic. So it is a DPS loss. The only reason why people really care about this is because similar attacks, like Sage's Nevma, did get a buff so that it scales with the filler attack. Like, it's very picky and like almost like borderline whiny to complain about, but it's like the principle of the matter that is causing the problem. Did you end up on the other team? Helios Conjunction is also a DPS loss. That's true. But in comparison, Aspected Helios was also a DPS loss in Endwalker. That's why that's somehow different. You see what I mean by it's a little whiny. Look! It's the bridge! Use the bridge! To change your mind there, huh? I'm not taking that chance. And yeah, exactly, BSR. That is essentially what it is about. It's weird that Nevma is not a DPS loss, but Macrocosmos is. That's what makes it look like an oversight. Is that it has to be an oversight. Like, that's how weird it is. Another one! Blip. More points! They're serving them up all over the place. Let's get them! Where do we need more help? Oh, we lost a player. Blip. I throw paint at you. Take this. I'll just run ahead of him. Wait, let's not run ahead. They can just teleport to me then. Don't want that. Wait, are you saying that white mage's auto attacks finally give out at level 100 exactly? That is impressive. Got a Radiant Aegis. Eh. This is going to get a little scary now. And what do we do about that? Do we just stick to these triangles? Do we get a triangle? Yoink. That's dangerous. Just dive right into the enemy for a kill. Blep. Double kill. We are probably going to get jumped in a moment. Because Yellow has decided that they'd rather play with us than just yoink their own farms at home. Just walk with you for a bit, Mr. Warrior. Just walk with you. Bloop. Water! Blip. And a comet! Blip. Yellow got a lot of free points there. Or free, that's hard to say. They lost a lot of people there as well. We're really getting hammered right now. No one likes us in particular. Red wants our points, yellow wants our points. Yellow's winning now. I wonder when red realizes that they basically handed this lead to yellow. Ow. I think that was Ymir. Outplayed. I was waiting for them to waste it. I was genuinely doing that fight, just waiting for them to do that. Blap. Arrow. Water. Blap. Comet. Not comet on you instead, I guess. You get it. There you go. Enjoy that. Hey, Alita. Hope you're doing well. That's a bait. Can we win that? We might. Red doesn't seem to be all there. And they might send, like, a token force of this one guy with wings. We shouldn't get too far away, though. So we won! It's always funny when you have a samurai that runs up to you that seems to think they genuinely believe they can 1v1 you. Doesn't matter about like battle high or anything. You have an advantage on battle high that doesn't help them. That actually makes them staying to fight you more concerning. Because they usually believe they can win that 1v1 because they have limit break. No other reason. They just have limit breaks, so they can probably take you. And if that's why they're there, then they can't, like, they have only until they waste the cooldown. Like, if they accidentally use Chitin at the wrong time, it's over. Exactly. Whoopsie. What's up, Emir? Anyway, we're going over to Innocence Shadow now to do the rest of the dailies. Alright, Emir. Enjoy your evening. Did I get to 96 with Machinist there? Nope. Not quite. Also, nice one, Alita. Hope you're enjoying Dark Knight. There's actually something funny that I noticed was some Dark Knight players were complaining that New Delirium made no sense and that was bugged or something, because when you use like Blood Spiller or the Scarlet Delirium combo or whatever, it shows 2 separate MP recoveries. Just for anyone wondering on that one, it always would have done that. Like, if you had used Blood Weapon and Delirium, Delirium makes Blood Spiller and Caetsu's recover MP, and Blood Weapon makes all of your weapon skills and spells recover MP. And Delirium now gives you Blood Weapon and Delirium. So, like, I'm not saying that it's the most elegant solution they've come up with, but that is the reason that it looks like that. Hello, Melvia. Hey, Melvia and Obama. Hope you're both doing well. Is Paladin fun? I've just leveled Gunbreaker and I'm thinking of leveling Paladin, but it seems like it's just Gunbreaker again. Well, they have some differences. I think Paladin is fun. In my opinion, it feels like a more lenient Gunbreaker in some respects. I think what we're going to do is we're going to Summerford Farms, because this is a bit much. So I'll be over at Summerford Farms. So if you want to join me for roulettes, we'll start there. It could be anywhere, but it's just that's also where we met earlier this week. I think we'll just do as we normally do and take it from the top. Which does mean I should probably just say this for anyone that needs it, that there is a real possibility that we get the final MSQ thing in Expert Roulette. There's a chance. But we'll take it from the top. If you want to join me for Expert Roulette, like, come on over to me. And of course also implies that you have Expert Roulette. Do you have Expert Roulette, Naomi? Hey, Lana. And El Pickler. Hope you're doing well. If we get one of the optional dungeons that are not really like MSQ relevant, I'll make sure to mention it so you know where we're going. Well, I can just barely play any role in Expert Roulette, but I would prefer playing tank or DPS myself. Start with this. Not Melfior. Thank you anyway. It's okay, Lana. If you come over here anyway, we'll do all of the roulettes. Let's see what we get. This is an optional dungeon. So if you're worried about MSQ, like, it's mostly like mechanical stuff that you might get here. But this is an optional dungeon. It's the equivalent of Smileton or Stigma something. Never the fun one. Is the other optional dungeon the fun one, Silvermint? I know a lot of people hate the first boss in the other one. Also, it just occurred to me, isn't the first time we'll ever see a mob, like one of these cactuar things, cast something like 100,000 needles? Is one of those with a flower on their head and everything? In like an A Realm Reborn dungeon? And it's meant to be like a hardened rage of a sort? Do I remember that wrong? I feel like that's how it went. The Khan Heart party wipe. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it funny how now we've reached content where we have enough HP, again, where it makes sense? Like 100,000 needles is like, that's a lot of needles, but it wouldn't kill you outright. So it's kind of okay for a regular mob to have that in a dungeon. And they add it as a regular mob. The second party got Tender Valley too. Oh, so we're racing. I didn't even know there was a full second party. It's the Barrel Tender. It's a big boy. That was what I was waiting for. Remember when Behemoth's Meteor would one-shot us unless we hit behind the rock? I mean, does it not do that? How much damage does it do? I mean, I guess it does when you're synced. But unsynced, it wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't. You see any Extreme 2 Dark Knight can get an edge pre-pull? No, I have not seen that. It's quite straight. Oh, right! I know how you could do that. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You just TBN and then just hang out in the nothing. It's really something else how much it matters that the death wall doesn't actually kill you in that boss fight, isn't it? Yeah, death wall, as we call it. It's always bad when the death wall needs quotations. It means something is weird. See, the trick here, Melfior, is that you have just enough time that you can just adjust to whatever turns out to be the safe spot. You just kind of need to see where there looks something promising, and that's good enough. And then you can just run over in the last second. Have to enter 22-minute elapsed trial, which goes fine. That's always concerning. Why are you here for 22 minutes? Why do we have a replacement? Why am I a replacement here? Anime freaks, hope you're doing well. Oh, you were a replacement and the duty didn't end. Alright, and you weren't like in a wipe. That's even weirder. Like you just enter in and you're like not needed. Oh, that's what you meant. Haber. But yeah, that the behemoth-like mechanic in P9. It's a good point. Yeah, wait. Does that count? It does count. It's close enough. Apparently that counts. As like, it has the remnants of the outline of a toe inside the circle, so it counts. Don't question it. It works. It just works. It just works. He really likes the circular hole on this one, doesn't he? I thought everything went in the square hole. What happened with that? Oh, here it comes. The square hole. Whoa. That is true, El Pickler. I'm getting confused. You do hide behind the like the rocks on P9, right? Oh, the one in the Alliance raid. Well, that's technically a different kind of behemoth, isn't it? There. Ow. It's okay, the boss is dead. We solved the problem. Pre-hemoth. It's a preheated moth. Oh yay, don't you love this pull? Isn't this the best one? Healers, put your hands in the air for mega AoE pull. And by AoE pull, I mean the mobs are AoEing us, not the other way around. The best time for reprisal. When the tank isn't the only one tanking. Treasure! Gimme, 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 yoink. Oh, I already have that, never mind. Well, in this case, El Pickler, it's just in the stream overlay that happens. I believe that's just YouTube that does that. They don't want that. It's not even me. But it's still there for everyone else if they're looking at the live chat. It's just that it doesn't appear in the top chat, which is the only overlay I can have, as far as I can find. Which does get most things. Dun dun dun. It's the most absurd absurdly random boss. If you didn't do the Shadowbringers story, like that particular story. It's like, huh? Something like this. Blop, blop. The Screes of Fury. Summons the Bouncy Council. It's an army of bouncy little boys. They're spinning. Even if you did that story, this serpent is still random. It is quite random, but it would at least be like you'd see it coming a little bit more. Like, just a little bit. You'd be like, wait a minute, that room looks familiar. And then when this boss appears, you'd still be like, why? But at least you'd be able to go, well, maybe. It kinda makes sense. A little bit. If you did Kitana Ravel, it's slightly less random, but this boss has nothing to do with, like, this particular boss is completely unrelated to that, unless you did that entire optional story in Raktika. If you did a mandatory MSQ dungeon. Well, I mean, some people might have bought a story skip. Wait, is this boss's face in Kitana Ravel? Really? I never noticed. It's in Tender Valley. Oh, fair enough. I didn't make it with the shield. They're gonna wall. Hmm. Nice. Next up, we're doing high-level dungeons. If you'd like to join me for high-level dungeons, come on over to me. Wait, Group 2 is still in, are they not? Yeah. Well, let me do this. And then we just give Group 2 a chance to come out. In fact, while they do that, I'll be right back. In the meantime, vanity restored. Richie restored. Alright, I'm back. BSR says direct crit fire reply, fires reply for over 100,000. Surely the numbers aren't getting too big just yet. It's fine. I crit for like 100. I did like direct crit run 110k Ouroboros in the level 100 MSQ dungeon. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Right. Anyone else that wants to join for a high-level dungeon? Come on over to me. We have a lot of people here, actually. We could at least make 2 groups. We could almost make 3. Almost. I'll do this. Zav is making a group 2 for anyone that also want to go. Zav is making group 2. Go over to Zav for group 2. I'll wait. Like I just said, I'll wait. If I come out and see that there's a bunch of people missing, I'll wait for you to come out. So you're not like losing your chance, and I'm also writing down who's already joined me. So like I'm not like, I did see you guys. I did see you. I did see you. Where do we end up? Brown City of Scala, really? That was this is a really random one. Also, I just realized I almost sat on the Watcher. Almost. Lionheart do 120? Wow! That is actually pretty crazy. You know, that doesn't sound like it should be as crazy, but considering the whole, like, damage multiplier thing on tanks, I don't know if that has carried over to Dawntrail, but I can't imagine it not doing that. It, like, 120 is insane. I'm guessing it was with raid buffs. I've been forgetting to use Hot Shot. All that battery gauge. Exactly, Yurhin. It would be weird. Like, it's not like they mentioned that they changed it, but I did have someone ask if it had changed. I haven't checked if it has changed, but why would it? Also, by the way, Blazing Shot in level 70 dungeon. Woohoo! Spin! Spin! The new spin. Pull. Blam. Spin. Spin, 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 and spin. It's really funny. The Blazing Shots animation, I feel, fits really well with like the way that things like merge together when you weave check, checkmate, and double check. Like, it looks like Blazing Shot was made for that, is all I'm saying. It's just... It's a little funny that they go, so therefore we give you Blazing Shot at level 68. I should have made sure to spend the barrel stabilizer heat on that, but it's a little late for that now. You take this, you hold that, you hold this. I'll grab the loot. All the outer crossbows. Big damage. Well, I mean, El Pigla, I feel like Scattergun is also a very satisfying attack to use, so it's not that bad. Like, that's the important thing when they replace something. The new one better be as good or better. Else you'll miss it even harder. Yeah, didn't they change something about this boss, or do I remember that wrong? Never mind. My wildfire will just go to waste. It's okay. I didn't want it anyway. It's okay. That's okay. I'm fine. Didn't want the wildfire or anything. Waste fire. Shoes and gloves. Shoes and gloves. The change is that the statues stopped moving? I'm just thinking, was that ever a problem? Oh yeah, the bridge. The bridge. The bridge. Yeah, definitely, Zav. Most of the dungeons, I'm pretty sure, where they went and changed some things were because it was too hard for duty support to do something. Because they, like, the important thing to consider here is that they changed them when they added duty support to them. Like, if they just changed them to freshen them up, then they didn't have to do that at that specific time. This pull is kind of scary as a melee. The big long boys actually cleave in front of them sometimes, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Melody! Hope you're doing well. Kapow! Oh, tail swipe with no telegraph. Bam! Oh, no one got hit, I think. Living the picto life. Nice. Pictomancer is really fun. I do feel personally, though, that it becomes very, very high. Like, I can end up getting too hyper-focused. Uh-oh, I forgot to look away. Too hyper-focused on the on the 2-minute burst when playing Pictomancer. Because there is so much about that. Who remembers how this duty was before it was changed for duty support? I do. The main things that got changed was the second boss, apparently that the statues don't move anymore. Not that it ever mattered. And the bridge between like the mobs on the path towards this boss, you turned into one of those Zangbeto, I think they're called, instead of just a bridge appearing. Nothing else was really changed. This boss, in fact, is completely unchanged, which I believe came as a shock, at least to me, because when they changed Aurum Vale, they added telegraphs to coin counter, which is similar in like having attacks with only like a visual indicator of the boss lifting an arm and things like that. Right. One moment. Training a lot. Aurum Vale was too early for invisible telegraphs? I don't know. The reason why I think it's weird is because basically all bosses with the same body type as coin counter like continues the trend of invisible, like no telegraph attacks and those like body movements. But coin counter was like the introduction to it. But now he isn't. He's like the exception. I'm guessing we have a group 2 win. Yep, in Armorot. Wow. Well, that could also be true. But they're like, well, we'll show you the telegraphs this first time. I hope you remember next time. That is a good. That is an interesting way that it could be explained. That it's just, well, we'll show you the first time. The first one's on the house. And then in later stuff, the untelegraphed stuff hits like tissue paper. I mean, it's more that a lot of the time in later stuff, it's some random mob that does it, and then you just get smacked for damage that you don't see coming. Coins was changed when Blue became a Blue Mage main quest. No, that was not when they added the telegraphs, I don't think. Because that was in Stormblood. That was in Stormblood. And I do remember coin counter having no telegraphs into at least Shadowbringers. Pixelmancer has the best auto attack sound? Now you gotta hear it. Yes, the ones. Slap. I think the reason why you feel that way, Giraheen, is because Shadowbringers doesn't feel that far away. I think that's the thing that is causing a lot of people some confusion, is when they think back on something that was added, it's a lot of the time like, well, either you remember that was an Endwalker, or you remember it was not an Endwalker. But if it was not an Endwalker, it has to be like before the dawn of time, because Endwalker was supremely long. Especially feels even longer when it's like it's more recent, right? Oh look, people! I'll do this. And this. If you'd like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. Just give it a moment. I know some people are just coming out. Maybe they're still loading. Ilana, Zav has trouble, is having a hard time tagging someone else, so YouTube accidentally put your name. Yeah. This works. Vanaspati then. One more time with the Vanaspati. A twisted Vanaspati. Blip. My friends, eat me. Are they? Like, they look adorable. They have a beautiful something. If Would You Love Me If I Was a Worm was a dungeon? That's so weirdly specific. If this is the only way.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Look, a burning tree drops right into this water that is conveniently here to give us a path. Alright, the AoE's done. I don't mind Vanaspati. I just remember that we ended up doing Vanaspati a lot on Small Kai. So it feels like I've done it like a million times. Just because I've done it a lot recently. Somewhat recently, it's still. That's also true, they didn't change the boss in Stone Vigil Heart. That is another one of those that are like an introduction to a type of mob with no telegraphs. New bigger fell cleave animation, right? It is so random to me that they went, of all things, they went, the warriors need, like, inner chaos needs to be feller cleave. It can't be more inner beast. Has to be feller cleave. That's also true. Stone Vigil Normal also has a boss with an untelegraphed attack, in a way. Oh, this is the nice configuration. The melee uptime configuration. Thank you, Aerodale. Nailed it. You just wanted to check, because I do remember someone asked how to deal with that. in a somewhat recent stream, and I said you can just wait until the last second, and it'll work. When did Aurum Vale become fast and easy, or when did people realize? I don't think people realized anything. The thing with Aurum Vale is that people figured out that Aurum Vale is really, really fast with blue mages. When mock tomes. Hey, Angel, hope you're doing well. It's like the boss went, oh, you brought 2 melee DPS, then I have to be nice. Gave us the nicest configurations of the mouths. Right, we can't pull more here. We just have to have this. You've gotten a haircut? Yes, yesterday. Good you noticed. Yeah, Matthew, I don't think people suddenly realized. It was just that turned out that Aurum Vale was really, really fast with blue mages. And then people just figured out you have to do that. But Aurum Vale is still a dungeon that is considered annoying and difficult by a lot of players. And that's also a good point, Gazel. It's possible that the real thing that made Aurum Vale easier was that people started to realize that Aurum Vale is actually hard. Like, I know, isn't it amazing that respecting a dungeon and treating it like a challenge actually makes it easier? Isn't that incredible? What was that boss? What was that guy doing? Just suddenly pointing off into Narnia? Who was it trying to hit? And to think of another dungeon where you can wipe in the first room. Yeah, weirdly, I guess Stone Vigil is another one. If you count the first room, like by comparison, to be the first part leading up to the first boss. One that I find extremely funny, that a lot of people tout as extremely hard to do, is doing a Giga pull from the entrance of Tasha all the way to the first boss. If your DPS players are actually attacking something all the way to the destination, then most of the mobs will be dead by the time you reach the boss. But it's considered extremely hard by some players. Because there is so long. And I guess there's also the argument that if your healer is a white mage, then they can't really heal you if you're the tank. And if your DPS is like, I don't know, like a black mage, they can't do very much. So most of the mobs will actually reach the destination if the black mage doesn't get creative. Melee struggle to attack while running, in fairness. Only if they're lagging, El Pickler. If you have good latency, it's actually not a problem. Like, genuinely, El Pickler, I have, like, when I'm playing on an EU DC, I have, like, 20 MS, and I never have trouble actually connecting my attacks while running. Ever. But if I'm on, like, on Materia, then there's no point even trying. It's not happening. A 45-minute Vanaspati. What happened, Cole? Were you stuck on the last boss? I'm guessing that because I've had that kind of situation a while back myself. A healer that just didn't get the mechanics on the final boss, and no one that could rest them. Did I block that by taking 0 damage? But yeah, the thing I was getting at with Sastasha is that most of the mobs are like, yeah, it's really like terribly easy to do like any Giga pull in Sastasha, or most low-level dungeons if you bring like 2 machinists or something. Like it's practically trivial if you bring like 2 like ranged physical DPS that just cleave all the way to the destination. But you don't even need that. Like, you just bring 2 DPS that can actively attack while you're rounding up mobs. Then they'll just gradually pick off things. And because Sastasha mobs are so frail, like, by the time you're pulling, like, the 3rd pack, like, if you're just pulling everything just running down, then 2 melee DPS just going to town will probably kill the bats in the first pack. You can go into the bubbles earlier. Wait, what? Oh, from Angel's comment. I'm like, huh? Second boss due to the snapshot server tick. Well, the thing is, Angel, if you've played Final Fantasy XIV for long enough, you would have seen those bubbles and immediately had known what time it is. You would recognize that it's off, and you have to stand in the bubble 30 years in advance because game weird. That's not like... That doesn't, like, excuse that the mechanic is weirdly janky and slow, but I'm just saying, you should know better. Blap. Who gives you permission, Angel? Who do you ask for permission to greed? Do you bring your own healer? Does this count? Your sense of danger. Hmm. Maximum uptime. It's okay. It's only my foot that got exploded in the AoE. My foot doesn't count for some reason. You have to get both my feet, otherwise it doesn't work. My feet have this special magical spell on it, Svabano, where you have to hit both of them. Otherwise, they don't feel anything. If your foot gets hit, you have to RP walk. I refuse. My combo ran out just as he came back. I call shenanigans. Well, I already have knockback immunity, so... Comes pre-packaged with the warrior. Gandalf says, how many people know this final boss's meteor shower has a pattern? I would hope a lot, because it only has 2 possible patterns. Is the alpaca council over there? It has 1 pattern and a mirror. True. We'll just wait for group 2. If you want to greed, you should not consider going in the bubbles in the first place. Yeah, definitely. It's not like you don't even need to understand that there's a pattern. You have enough time to move. Although if you don't know where to go, you might have to sprint, as Cole mentioned. Wow. Not making your healers do extra work? Well, now you're starting to make it really complicated, Angel. Wow. My guess, Castle, is that some players might not realize that the tell is like out in the distance. I know that sounds insane, but I'm just saying, Trial 1 in Endwalker, you know the mechanic. When it was new, a lot of people died because they didn't know where the tell was coming from. You know, the tell out in the distance. Like, you have to tip your camera. Like, genuinely, I gave that tip to groups. Like, you know how, like, I've been, like, if you get, get Tamtara hard, some bosses you're like, by the way, guys, there's this thing with this boss. That first trial, I would be like, by the way, guys, remember to tip your camera to look for the mechanic in the distance. And people were actually like, oh, that's how it works. Ah, and Vanaspati is the exact same. And that's also true, Fru. There's probably a lot of people that don't really realize or care that there's a pattern in Vanaspati. Because it, like, let's just say that you realize that there's a pattern because you do Vanaspati maybe 5 times in a row one day. But a lot of people don't, like, really internalize and learn the boss mechanics on certain bosses in certain dungeons because they get that dungeon, like, once a month. I have no idea. What happened to Group 2? How far behind are they? Pizza. Yes, I think I'll eat a Voln on Extreme too every time because the pattern sucks. You're stopped by a door. That does track, BSR. I do remember that when we were doing Extreme 2, I had the same problem. We had a lot of pulls where I took like one Voln stack once or twice throughout the fight because the boss didn't give us the melee uptime pattern. And instead of going, oh, I have to step away, I just went, I'm sure this'll work. Hammer says, I definitely don't collect vulnerability stacks in Gilded Eye. Nope, I see all the tells. So what you're saying is that you dodge, you don't bleed, right? Will you dodge or will you bleed? That's a weird voiceover, isn't it? Will you dodge or will you bleed? Gilded Araya 2023, I think? Early 24? Is it late 23? Will you dodge or will you bleed? I don't know, man. Hopefully I'll dodge. And it doesn't even apply bleed. Also true. It doesn't even apply bleed. Like, or will you bleed? Is that for the 6 cuts? Nope. It's for a mechanic where she does a circle AoE underneath herself and then a bunch of donut AoEs. Like a lot of like donuts. And he says, will you dodge or will you bleed? Also, hey Orkney, hope you're doing well. Right, so next, would you like, if you would like to join me for MSQ roulette, come on over to me. Oh boy, MSQ roulette. Back to waiting in party finder to kill Dubstep. Is that his new nickname? Dubstep. It is a really weird line. That is why it makes me like that. It sticks with me. It's funny because a lot of the time, the lines that stick with me the most are the ones where I'm like, that's a little bit weird for the boss to say, isn't it? Like P10 going, stay where you are. And then put a stack marker on you. Like, thanks. Yeah, that would actually solve the mechanic. That would actually be quite helpful if we did it that way. Thanks for the tip. Like, huh? Just giving advice for the boss mechanic. It only solves the mechanic if everyone is already in place. You're right. But it's actually the polar opposite of Hades. Where he casts double. And then he casts the cone AoEs on the extreme version. He casts the cone AoEs where they shoot out where you stand. And then it shoots again where you move to. And the way you resolve the mechanic is by, like, spreading in a certain, like clock positions or something, and then, like, stepping aside. And the worst possible thing you can do there is just panic and run around. What does Hades say when he does that mechanic? scurry and scatter. He actually advises you to do something that would be incredibly stupid and unhelpful if you did that. Like, that makes a lot more sense. Pandemonium kind of tries to help you. Stay where you are. I call him Thomas. And so the person that gets the mechanic, yeah, that also resolves it. It is just funny. Thomas the Tank Engine. Bram, 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 bram. I'm just walking backwards really fast. But I will also say, now that I'm like here making fun of the weird quotes from bosses, I would take that any day over nothing. Like, I'd rather have weird, confusing, like, voice lines that indicate a mechanic that is in a little bit of a strange way than nothing. Every time. Like, on the one hand, you could go, why do they say that? It makes no sense. On the other hand, I'm just saying the boss is making conversation. It's a little awkward to make conversation with your adversary while you're actively trying to kill them. Yeah, exactly. Titania goes, can you guess which one? Which makes no sense on normal, because she shows you which one it is on normal. I will free us from the wheel. Actually, speaking of this duty, Gaius has a weird quote in the fight against him. He says, let us see if you can finish what you have started. And I'm like, hold up on that one, Gaius. Because I'm pretty sure you started this. Like, don't flip the table on me here. I'm pretty sure you started this. Like, I'm just saying, don't start with me on that. You started by attacking us. Don't say that I have to finish what I have started. I'm pretty sure you began this first. Ogni says, I had some Endwalker MSQ fight where Alice was telling something like we should stack together, and then a spread marker appears. Ha! She's just trolling you. Dragon, hear me and obey. As it he says, this place shall be your tomb. Girion says, saying, let's see if you can finish what I have started. To your enemy is kind of weird. That's true. that would be even weirder. He could have said, let's see if I can finish what I have started. That would also be weird. With Hero's Blade and Abyssal Dark, I bring my people liberation. That we all mean we started this battle. But I mean, if, like, this particular fight, yeah. Good luck, Angel. Operation Archon was started by the Eorzeans. That's true, but the war with Eorzea was started by Gaius, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he knows that we are doing this Operation Archon thing. Or maybe it does. The bit where we resist the invasion? Let's see if you can finish what you have started. You started resisting. Blap. Blap. Magitech armor time. Boop. I wonder why it has wings like that. To be cool. I guess you're right. A lot of the Guardian robotics stuff have a lot of unnecessary details. There's also something kind of funny about them making these giant robots. Were pretty much never seen not carrying a big greatsword. Why do they make giant greatswords and giant robots to hold them? Why don't they just, like, make a giant robot with a greatsword, like, meld it into it? Or maybe that's what they've done. Maybe the hand is just, like, design. They can't actually put down the greatsword. Maybe. Cheaper to replace sword or robot? Maybe that's the explanation. Cheers, I want to know why the robot wears a Speedo. Does it actually wear something? Or is it more like Transformers where, like, they happen to have that area of the body? The Magitech Predator is a Magitech armor where they removed all the unnecessary armor bits in an attempt to remove output, I think. Which one is the Magitech Predator? The wings are heat sinks. That could also be. Increase output. Well, which one is the Magitech Predator anyway? Hi, my hat is very red. My helmet is redder than the rest of my armor for some reason. The smaller one with claws. Oh, right. Maybe. It does look a little bit like mildly similar to the Magitech armor. Without like armor plating and stuff. Like that could be. Tell me, Garland. Tell me, for whom do you fight? You acquired the status of a legend. Legendary. Legendary. I am legendary. What? Why are you laughing? Isn't that how you say it? Legendary? Surely that's how you spell it. Diary of Legends. I have this weird growth on my arm. I don't know what to do about it. See, when I wave my hand over it, it goes shoom. It turns off the music. It's really weird. On an unrelated note, my helmet is really stupid. It's like fangs right in front of where my eyes need to see. It's actually really hard. You see what I mean, right? These are not see-through. It's actually like thick armor. I should have placed those fangs slightly different. It looks cool though, right? Right? Please say yes. This was really hard to make. It was really expensive too. Please tell me it looks cool. I can't see anything. I can't check the mirror. Yeah, exactly. Please tell me it looks cool. I have no idea. Yes, Nero, you look very cool. You should consider getting those fang things looked at, though. That's not very effective for battle armor, is it? Shut up. If it looks cool, then it's worth it. It's worth it. For coolness. Get back here! I need to tank buster you! Bam! You'll do better if you like your clan because you're more confident. Yeah. That is true though. You'll probably also enjoy whatever job you're playing a lot more if you like the glam that you have. Because you'll look cooler playing it. Even if you're doing poorly, you'll look cooler playing poorly. Don't underestimate the power of glam. Nero probably uses screens and cameras instead of actually eye holes in the helmet. Are you saying that Nero's perspective is like Iron Man? Where he like just sees all these screens on the inside? The reason he actually loses to us is because he's too busy recording a cool angle of himself. I'm gonna save this. I sure did backflip off the arena, but man, if I didn't look sick doing it. Yep. Or all the Pictomancers just smudging off the arena. He's busy trying to entertain his live stream. Can't focus on you attacking him. Well, that does sound like we're more even then.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
Nero would absolutely live stream. But he would probably live stream on like his own website with like his own live streaming software and stuff that he made himself. Even if it's kind of jank and not optimal, he'll do it on his own website.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and
With his own tools that he made himself.
you're too bloody useful.
Because he's too good to use someone else's.
Getting worse.
He'd make overly edited videos. He'd probably do both. But both would entirely hinge on his capacity to make the software and tools necessary to do it. He'd also probably upload his overly edited videos to his own website. Because he's too good for YouTube.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a
What does the third eye do on their helmets? I believe the third eye is supposed to be a reference to the fact that Guardians have this like third eye gem in their head, like from birth. So they probably have that gem to refer to that.
Which is strange, is it not? Are there 12 otherwise
The graphical overhaul make these cutscenes look a lot better. It probably did, because the biggest part of it was lighting, which is universal.
repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Accept but this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry.
Rude.
Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these...
But this guy's turned Super Saiyan. I believe he activates like an anti-magic system in his armor or something that has that effect. I believe that's the explanation that has been given, or that people... I don't know if it's actually like an actual explanation or something people have just like come up with, but that's what I've heard. That the gold is probably some sort of like anti-magic effect.
To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest.
And it's probably like a maintained shield, so it makes sense that he doesn't just have it all the time. He has to activate it when he's going to go into battle. How very quip.
Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler.
And also it looks cool.
False worship, a path which leads to innovation
You know,
and death.
like the argument of, well, that could be a like a magic defense shield, but why gold? Because it's cool.
In this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
Prove its salvation.
Champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall
The third eye is said to help their spatial awareness, which let them be more powerful in combat that doesn't involve magic. This reminds me of like, was it My Hero Academia? Yeah, so either you're born with superpowers, or there's this extra joint in one of your feet. Like, Guardians be like, either you're born with magic powers, or you have a third eye that helps with your spatial awareness, which is good in combat, I guess. And like, oh man. Like, it feels like they get dealt a raw deal, doesn't it? Also true, that is quite crazy how he's actually like one of the good guys now. He knew when to fold in that regard. And switch teams. There it was! The line! Come! We shall see if you can finish what you have started. I mean, we shall see. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll know in like 30 seconds or so. Charger. Follow-up question, why does Gaius have shadow clones? What's up with that? That's a good question. How does he do that? Like, that is a pretty interesting question. How? Like, I know ceruleum can do a lot of things, but that's actually pretty impressive. Castle says, I just went and checked the wiki to confirm it. They specifically mentioned that the third eye helps with piloting airships and shooting with guns as examples because of the spatial awareness. Hmm. It's weirdly convenient. Right. Do we have a group 2 in there? Doesn't look like it. Well, next up would be trials. If you'd like to join me for trials roulette, come on over to me. Where did everyone go? We're missing 2 people for a full party. Lucia can use passage of arms even though she's a full-blooded Guardian and shouldn't be able to use magic. Hmm. That is an interesting point. Where did people go? Well, we can try and queue for trials. Hopefully it'll pop, but if it's too long, then we'll have to see what we do then. Six minutes? That's not promising. We are still on Innocent Shadow if anyone wants to join. What do you mean with Reapers have passage of arms, Ilana? I don't quite get that. Passage of arms is this. Where did everyone go? I thought we were like 9 or 10 earlier, now we're 6. I guess in hindsight I should have started with the higher player count duties. Hey Tween, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the game plan is we'll do trials and normal raids. And when we've done that, and I don't know, maybe we'll do some specific dungeon queues or something. That's really it. To join file. Well, we are on the way into trials right now, Tween, and we are in Innocent Shadow. If you can come there and you have access to trials roulette, that's good enough. But then you need to be from the EU data center just to be sure. The second Endwalker trial as my roulette today. I think I've had the second trial in Endwalker as like a random queue once. Ever. And all the rest, or rather I've done it like 3 times total I think, and I think one of them was me doing it, another time was Small Guy, and then once randomly. This feels like materia. Where the second trial in Endwalker is particularly brutal because of the I would say the weapons mechanic, where you kinda just have to remember which weapon means what. By blade! Are you on the way, Twain? Should we wait? You are on the way. Never bothered to learn what weapon is what. Can react to the cast bar. Fair enough. I'll say if you step too far into either one of the telegraphs, then it can become a problem. But you're right, if you make sure you stand... it's Innocence Shadow, Tween, but it is on the Shadow data center. As long as you stand, like, as long as you don't overcommit to any of the 3 positions, that's good enough. But it is pretty normal for people to go, well, it's probably a donut, and then they go, like, really deep in under the boss. Or they go, it's probably a circle AoE, so they just run to the mountains. Things like that. Oh, I was like, why is the cabbage to the side? Or the Giselle green, I guess. But apparently it needs straight up cake to get so motivated it'll fly. We have both, just in case. I also have to say, that's an extremely solid slice of cake. That's insanely solid. Like, I don't think I actually would want to bite. Considering how, like, it's stiff like a brick. Do you want? I'm pretty sure it's a weapon at this point. It's stale. I'm still impressed that this combination of ingredients can be like this. Hey Blast Out, hope you're doing well. Well, so far I have Black Mage, Viper, Pictomancer, Dark Knight, and then today we got Astrologian to 100. And I'm both working a bit on Machinist and Warrior at the same time. I have a bit of a plan to use Machinist and Warrior for the remaining shared fates that I have. But I'd rather not have either one stuck at level 100 while doing them. So I have to make sure that I split the XP so that, like, it works. It even holds shape in the rain and underwater. It's Do you also use the cake to make the chunky boy here move underwater, or do you use something third? Like cabbage for walking, cake for flying, and then like, I don't know, like a burger or something for swimming? I don't know. It's probably just cake because they often just use the flying animation for underwater. It would be funny if they did. Fish fingers for swimming. These apps as the last zone will take forever. It's just so depressing to be in. A trick I heard is that for those that have already completed the MSQ is if you go and set your new game plus to be like re-exploring in a zone, like an MSQ part that happens to be before Dawntrail, then zone 6 will turn back to normal. So you could make it look less depressing. Is that you, Tween? Well, we're still one person short. Some banger glam you'd recommend? Well, the this augmented Crystarium coat of scouting looks really good. Shaq is logging in. We can wait for Shaq, right? Yeah. I really like this one. But I don't usually explore glams that much. Like, as you may have seen, if you go look far enough back in time, you'll see that I've not changed many of my glams for years. Just left it as is. We're still on Innocence, by the way, Shaq. And we're missing Trials and Normal Raids. But I have to say, speaking of getting Astrologian to 100, it feels weird. Not in that it feels like too weird compared to old Astrologian. The thing that feels weird is specifically that because of the way that the damage cards are still there, that part doesn't feel that different. The thing that feels weird is that if you played Astrologian in Endwalker, you may recognize how if you used Minor Arcana, you draw Lady of Crowns. What do you do with that? Either some players will just like use it immediately, don't even care, don't even want to bother, just yeet it out of existence, I don't care, just get rid of it. So I can draw a crown, like a Lord of Crowns sooner. Can't ready check while in combat. Others will basically hold the lady until... Didn't we have 2 healers? We'll hold the lady until something comes up. Or until the minute is up, approximately. But whichever way you look at it, using the lady when a heal, like a situation where you need a heal comes up, means that, oh, you draw Lady of Crowns. That means that you're using Lady of Crowns the next time healing is needed. Like, extra aggressively as well. The defensive cards that come from draw now, like the healing increase, the damage reduction, the barrier, the region... For a lot of players, I feel like what happens is that you just throw them on the tank. Just, who's the main tank? Throw them on the tank. Just be done with it. And the thing is, that's not a hugely surprising outcome, like, as a result of the rework. Like, that's kind of expected even, I would say, that people would do it like that. And because of that, the best I could say to do about this is, like, find a way to make people, like, to either make the cards even more widely useful, but I don't know how you do that. or make it so that you feel less stress about getting them used quickly. And I think, like, the best you could do about that would be something like, if you could make it so that you have somehow less stress about playing the cards quickly, like maybe if the draw mechanic has charges or something, that could work. But then what's going to happen is you're just going to want to play... Well, you're going to try to play... Well, I guess you will play 2 cards per 2-minute burst, because there's no point holding for 3, necessarily. So that could work. I think that's actually a case where you could get away with putting 2 charges on... like a crucial button like that, because it has a 2, like, because it'll take you 2 minutes to get 2 damage cards. Doesn't change anything that you could have, like, that you could stockpile up so you could play 3 in succession, because it'll take you 3 minutes to get that. You just wouldn't most of the time. But it would give you a lot more space to choose your spots, which could be nice. And that would also mean that if you wanted to, you could play like 4 defensive cards in like a big stack, if that happens to be convenient. Do you remember when players wanted a rework of the Astrologian card system? Well, it is difficult because players wanted reworks of the card system for various different reasons. And each time that it has been changed, it has usually been made more predictable and consistent, which is good for the kind of game Final Fantasy XIV is, which, like, emphasizes, like, being able to see what's happening and what's coming. You would then have 3 on the openers and just start with a hand. True. Well, maybe. What they could do to solve that... Would that be better? They could make it so you can't draw when not in combat, and then not give you an opening hand. But then you can't draw when not in combat, and that's a little awkward in dungeons and stuff. But that, if they did that, they give it so you can hold 2 charges of cards, you can't draw if you're not in combat, and you don't get a starting hand dealt. That means that when you initially enter combat, you draw, and you have 2 sets of cards. And the reason why it has to be exactly like that is because if I said, what if you don't have a starting hand? Then it's just like, oh, great, we have a 1-minute pull timer. It's like, that wouldn't work either. But interestingly, what was it they said in the... they made a post, like a developer post, about what they're planning to change. I think, like, I don't know, maybe that's a misunderstanding in translation or something. But... they said something about reducing the cooldown on draw. And I don't think that makes it better. It just means that you can even more aggressively just throw cards out the window because you get so many of them. And if the cooldown is greater than 30 seconds, then you will not be able to play three damage cards in the buff window. Did they not also say they were going to reduce the cooldown on draw? I did see that they were going to give Lightspeed charges and something with its cooldown, but did they not say something about the cards? What if you only started with one of the charges? Well, see, here's the thing, Bitsfox. If you start with one of the charges, then you still have to wait a full minute for the other charge to charge up, and people would do that. Like, one way they could force you to not do it is like... One way they could do it is go, well, the card draw cooldown only ticks when you're in combat, which they could do by, like, putting it in a job gauge or something. Similar to the white mage gauge. Then you won't be able to get, like, an extra set of cards until combat actually begins. And also thank you, Twain, for making the journey for the Trials Roulette. Now the question is whether we can get the normal raids going. But yeah, if they actually did reduce the cooldown on draw, that wouldn't change the fact that you would be incentivized to just toss your defensive cards. It would just mean that you're less punished for just blindly throwing them. It doesn't, like, fix the issue. Whoops, I did do a ready check. Never mind. 5 minutes? We'll see if it'll pop. Does what class you're linked to affect your Esprit gauge gain? I have a Mythbuster video where I demonstrate this, Nox. The most accurate answer I can give you is not really. Jobs, basically, there is a... the chance of the person you're linked to generating Esprit gauge is determined by what job they are, mostly. Which means that jobs that basically roll the dice for you more regularly, because it's weapon skills and spells that can generate your Esprit gauge. Jobs that act really fast, like Monk, or maybe like a little bit slower than that, you have like Viper, Ninja, Samurai. They have a reasonably low chance of generating anything compared to something like a Black Mage or a Pictomancer, who will have a higher chance of generating Esprit gauge. Not every melee job. Dragoon is pretty normal. Yeah, that's a better point, Gazel. If the person you're linked to isn't actually using their GCD very efficiently, that will hurt your Esprit gauge generation. But if the person you're linked to is playing mostly right, like they're playing decently, then you shouldn't feel any difference. Even if you did, by the way, even if you did, the power difference between, like, the power gain from you... Lethero, rewind like 2 minutes and hear that I said weapon skills and spells. That completely disqualifies all weaving. All weaving, gone. Doesn't count. But yeah, if the main thing that matters is that the chance depends on what job you're linked to. But the amount of Esprit you gain from the person you're linked to adds up to like 2 to 3 saber dances per 2 minutes. It's not that much when it really comes to it. So if you're choosing between putting your dance partner on a black mage that is like really good, or I guess a pictomancer that's really good, or putting it on a monk that is kind of mediocre at best, then you'll probably get more value out of putting it on the good pictomancer. Even if the pictomancer generates less esprit for you, because devilment and standard steps damage bonus to the good pictomancer will generate more damage than that esprit will. Don't mudras count as spells? It's an ability, doesn't count. They just activate the GCD, but it's an ability. And that matters, by the way. That is crucially important. In Endwalker, they changed standard step and technical step from being abilities that interact with the GCD to being weapon skills, because it was causing problems for Reapers, because their plentiful harvest sometimes didn't get its full value if one of their DPS were a dancer and they were busy dancing during it. So they changed dances to be weapon skills specifically so that it interacted correctly with Arcane Circle. So it is important. It's an important distinction that ninjas' mudras are not spells or weapon skills. And naturally that also applies for esprit generation. Oh, PSR's back. Do you want to join for normal raids? And the recast time of Tilana changed? Don't believe so. Yes, it has. What? Huh? What? It was 1.5. Nice catch. That's really weird. That's really weird. No longer is Tilana not a dance? What qualifies something as a dance? Yeah, I don't even know about that, Bits Fox. I really don't know. Like, ironically, if the ninja is busy just like doing the like Naruto style, just doing hand signs for 10 seconds straight, they could actually cause the same problem that that Dancer does or did on Reaper. Ninja could do the same thing, but just doing hand signs for too long. This again. This guy again. Really? That's really weird. Wait a minute. Why am I partnered? Huh? Oh, that makes sense, I suppose, Girhin. Tilana doesn't give the standard step buff anymore? Why did it even do that anyway? Like, while we're on the subject, why did it ever do that? Oops. I overstocked on Beast Gauge, and now I lost a little bit of time on my Infuriate. Meh. I believe it's one of the more recent ones, Nox. Relatively speaking. I think I wasted some gauge there as well. Where do we go? Where do we go? Oh, there. When did Tilana interact with standard step? Well, Tilana gave the standard finish buff. Just like standard finished it back in Endwalker. Stopped doing that, apparently, in Dawntrail. Also, hey Ymir. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, really. As I said, I don't know why, but it did. And when I say I don't know why, it's mainly in the sense that it didn't really serve a purpose. Like, it's not like you had trouble maintaining standard finish. Bruh. The noodles are back. It's noodling time. Noodle. Noodle. They're noodling it up. Are we ready to run? Do we kill the boss first? Maybe a little bit of both. Fell cleave. I think I can get to level 91 with this. How many do I have left? 3 here. 5 there. 4 there. I need like 5. I could also just do Argosudara to level up. I think that's faster right now. Tilana even still had its old effect in the Mediator build. Oh, that explains it, because I remember briefly theory crafting that, like before Dawntrail, I think, that dancers would be able to, like, hypothetically, whether there was any point to doing it, but I do remember theory crafting a little bit on, with the amount of times dancers would be able to, like, in quick succession reapply standard finish, they would be able to, like, partner up with one guy and then partner up with a different guy for the burst and stuff like that if they wanted to. With, like, not necessarily that it was good and, like, solid, but it kind of worked. Like, it could kind of work and it might be worth it, and then they did do this thing with Tilana. Also, that is an interesting thing that I didn't notice either, Emir. That Tilana gives 50 Esprit. That explains why they gave them a new attack that specifically also spends 50 Esprit. They basically went, here you go, here is 50 Esprit, and this is the thing to spend it on. Reminds me of Gunbreakers going, ooh, nice. Thank you, now we have 3 cartridges. That means I can do an extra cartridge attack during No Mercy, right? And then they're like, no, actually, here's an attack that spends an extra cartridge. Oh. I see. I see. Last Dance, by the way, what is that? Is that just the thing where standards, where there's this standard finish that just instantly finishes? Is that? It's an instant standard finish, okay. I do remember it's a follow-up to that. Yeah, I haven't had much time to look into Dancer that much. And Dancer being one of those jobs that I guess seem more intuitive. I haven't been asked much about it, so I haven't like looked into it that much. Let's see. Grants last dance ready upon executing standard finish. Oh, like that. And finishing move ready upon executing flourish. It also grants last dance. Okay, I was just about to say, well, does that count? Finishing move. Finish him. Start screaming their name. Just some random guy just comes into like an alchemist's or a chemist's lab and just starts screaming a specific person's name. Charger. And that's fine. You could start your burst from technical first and use finishing move instead of standard afterwards. You could, yes. But, Gazel, you are aware that you start with... Like, you start by initiating, like, the whole technical step thing into the fight so that it aligns with raid buffs, right? And if you like prepare technical step before combat starts and like lets it tick for a bit like we sometimes do with standard step, or typically do even, then it'll displace from devilment, so you don't want that either. In a reopener. Yeah, that could work. I guess. Dawntrail gave circles? What? What circles? Like Endwalker gave lines. How do you mean, like in boss fights? Oh, like that. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like how a lot of jobs in Endwalker, just everyone gets a line AoE. Right. Yeah, okay, now I get it. That's a good point. I think what we will do is we will probably be doing a EQ Katubu a few times. Like maybe once or twice. And then we'll probably finish up the stream, I think. But before we do that, I'll be right back. So in the meantime, vanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Give tanks a donut AoE? Are you sure you want this? I think blue mages have one donut AoE. Just one. And the thing is, the donut AoE they have is extraordinarily gigantic. Like, I believe this is the biggest AoE, like circle AoE they have, other than Dragon's Voice. The Stotram is 15 yalms radius. Dragon's Voice is 8 to 20 yalms, so it's 12 yalms, but it's like a 20 yalm radius circle, but you punch out like the 8 yalms in the center. That's still way more area covered. It's insane. Quasar's also... Well, what I meant was more that Stotram is as big as it gets without Dragon's Voice. Not to say that it's the only one, but just that it doesn't get any bigger than this. With that said, who would like... I'll probably disband party like this. If you would like to join me for the level 91 dungeon specifically, come on over to me. I'll be playing warrior, by the way. And that's non-negotiable. So if you're not playing something else, Graham, then then I can't take you. This works. Oh, nice. 99 Viper Shack. Can't you take 2 tanks? Could, but that would be really weird. We could do 4 tanks. What are you up to, Ymir? Think you're saying you specifically can't join? Just take no healer, easy. The devs even showed it. No, the developers did not show it, Bits. It was, I believe it was Zeno who just used some of his media tour time to do it. I'm reasonably confident it was not the developers that showed it. But that would have been funny if they did. You're all level 90 or 100. Ah, yeah, that explains him, yeah. And that was exactly also the reason why I was making sure to do some of the dailies here with Warrior, so that I could do this. I want to use Machinist for some Fate farming, but if I get it to 100, then what's the point? With a red mage. Ah, so it wasn't clean. It wasn't a clean no healer entirely, ah. That does change some things. I didn't actually see it. I just heard about it. But there's a huge difference between we did the first dungeon in Dawntrail with no healer and, well, we brought a red mage that can use the cure. Like, it's not that huge of a difference, but it is a difference. And yeah, of course it was with a warrior, naturally. I mean, maybe you can get together a second group to do something else. Like, I saw there was like, was it 5 or 6 people outside? Ow! That's a tank buster if I ever saw one. What? Just smacked me for that much? Okay. Yeah, Warrior's kind of a healer, but it was more to say, if you go... We did the first dungeon with no healer, then it is, like, it's kind of in the cards that the tank was probably a warrior. But when you say it's with no healer, then it's not necessarily in the cards that the DPS included anyone with a res. How do you like the new Inner Chaos animation? I like it, but I also really liked Super Inner Beast. I feel that Inner Beast, it's a shame that it just disappears after level 54, so I was happy that I got both by having Inner Chaos and Fell Cleave. I do like new Inner Chaos. I feel like that, like, Inner Beast got robbed. I'm also surprised that they let Chaotic Cyclone stay Super Steel Cyclone, and they didn't turn that into Super Decimate. Like, while we're on the subject. They changed the single target one, but not the AoE one. Chaotic Cyclone is cool, though. I think old Inner Chaos was cool. In my opinion, I think it was cool. Get Manatee engaged. So, wow. Then I never noticed that he got big and extra chunky like that. Decimate is not very nice. Face your manatee away or your PC might get sucked in. Look the other way. It is funny with Decimate and the Storms something attacks that they take an eternity before the damage lands. That is funny. Speaking of which, anyone else that have played Pictomancer a lot in PvP? Am I the only one feeling that a weakness of Pictomancer in getting kills in PvP is that your attacks take 30 years before the damage lands? Especially Comet. You commit to the Comet. We did it! Exactly, Emir. That's actually a trick. Manatee destroyed. True. A trick that I came up with to deal with that, Emir, is that you'll see, like, anytime you'll see me playing Pictomancer in PvP, I will often switch to, like, out of subtractive palette when I'm just doing filler attacks, like fire and red, because those hit almost immediately. It's like if I'm uncertain whether my attack will land in time, I'll just rely on fire and red to snipe. But like, I'm just asking because maybe I was just being an idiot. Like, no, just do this. How many of you actually use mummification in PvP? Whenever I'm playing Scholar, I will be using mummification. It's just that Scholar in Frontline, I will often use it mainly if enemies get close to me. That's not the most elegant pose. Guy on our... Whoa, they're actually immune to stun. Noted. On our 12 of streaming. Congratulations, Emir. Manateed. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's fine. I didn't want to use it anyway. Maybe if we run really fast, I can connect this feller cleave with the face of a boss instead. Run! I have a feller cleave to give you. You better be awake for it. She's not even pink! Exactly, Erdl. She's having a really bad day. This boss's cast animation is very cute. Is it? Oh yeah. It's a Drowsy. I'm pretty sure that's a Pokemon, but okay. You spelled it different. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. My initial spot was good enough, and then I changed it. He's the dancing queen. Or king. Legally distinct Drowsy. I'm glad to hear that, Nox. Yeah. Oh yeah, limit break. No need to save it for a trash pack. We don't have an AoE one. Hey, Shaq reached 100 with Viper. Nice. Basically, yeah, Nox. The reason why you link to a melee is mainly, like, it's not about the melee. It's about linking to whatever does the most personal damage. And melee DPS have a tendency to rank higher on that. But yeah, ultimately, like, hypothetically, if you had, like, the ability to see who was doing the most damage personally, somehow, then it would make most sense to pair with whoever's that. Like, whoever's doing the most personal damage, because your finish is going to make that bigger, your devilment is going to make that bigger. You have an AoE LB. Well, not for the enemies. It's AoE in the wrong direction, Shiro. Partnering with the Dark Knight was a strat. Well, yeah, it is something of a sleeper strat right now that the Dark Knights do and did, and I think still do, surprisingly massive amounts of burst DPS right at the top of a fight, which incentivizes to, like, if there's a way that you could partner the Dark Knight right at the start without it costing you anything later, that could be an idea. Link with the Gunbreakers. That's also an option. Like, see, the thing is, if the Gunbreaker's strong enough in some random group, then there could be some truth to that. Link with Fru specifically for the biggest damage gains. Picto's fighting hard for the biggest burst trophy right now. It could be. The problem is that Pictomancer's burst, like, when I say Pictomancer's burst, I'm talking 5-second burst, is absolutely ludicrous. Like how much damage Pictomancer can do in a matter of... But what Dancer's interested in is how much damage you can do in like around 20 seconds. And I don't know if Pictomancer can like stay at the top once like the timer continues past. If that makes sense. I'm not saying that they're like they're weak. I'm just saying that whoops. Ow. That that it might be hard for them to do the most. Like, it's not even about doing a lot, it's about doing the most. And that's a classic problem, and that's why Dark Knight is impressive, is because they are doing the most in a category they shouldn't be competing in. It's a tank. That's also what makes Warrior impressive in dungeons, is that they're not supposed to be doing all that healing. It's a tank. I believe Pictomancer is, like, if you only look at ranged jobs, Pictomancer is, like, at the top. But once you introduce melee DPS, it becomes hard. Does Monk have low burst for melee? I actually have no idea in that aspect, but that's partly because I've been postponing my dive into Monk because right now Monk is in quite a state. I don't know if anything you learn about how to play Monk right now will be applicable in like a few weeks. And when I say that Monk is in quite a state, I'm talking about its rotation doesn't really make sense. I don't even care whether it's doing the most or not. I'm just saying its rotation doesn't really seem to make sense. Since they still do an entire major patch later. Bits, I just want to clarify that a major patch is X point something. This is an entire expansion later, an entire DLC. Warriors have been doing this for at least 6 major patches, I would say. Five to 6. How come Monk's rotation doesn't make sense? It's not about Dragon Kick, it's about how Bootshine comes into the mix. Cheers says, we don't know what Monk's rotation is because they're busy spamming Dragon Kick into Bootshine endlessly. Something like that. We could go one more time. Is there anyone that wants to, like, Zav says they had to bow out. Do we have someone that wants to join for Yukatubu? A player 4? Yukatubu? Just one last time. I guess not, then. Only if you want a second tank. I thought you were going to do leveling roulette, Emir. And also that you didn't have a job you'd want to join with. This is fine. Fair enough. Not going to say you can't join. You're trying for expert. Well, I think we'll do this run, and then I think that'll be it. I don't want to super spam this one dungeon for several more hours. My character's home world is Louis Soir. It is also a Sunday, so I'm sure some people have to get up in the morning. Yeah, the reason why we are a little bit... Small Kai's homeworld is on Alpha Light. But Small Kai is on a break until undecided. But yeah, Small Kai is on Alpha Light. Gets to spend hours with the manatee. That is true. Despite having the number of jobs that I've maxed, like that I've got to level 100 that I have, I've only done Yukatumu like, I think this is the 4th time? I think this is the 4th time? Which basically means I've done it like once off stream. And I've mostly just leveled jobs through other means after the dailies. Sick of this dungeon? I've heard a lot of people not being super big fans of this rather slow start. Small guys having candies and grenadine on a beach chair near Costa del Sol. Yeah, that sounds about right. He's just relaxing with the sunglasses. Yeah, I get that, Zaf. It does get this feeling of, come on. And even though, like, they could have made a dungeon where you just had to run this distance from pack to pack, and it would have accomplished basically the same. It just feels like it feels more annoying in this way. It is cool. It is cool. That is also the reason why I'm saying they could have accomplished the exact same thing in a way that people would probably have complained less about by just having a really long run from pack to pack. It feels too similar to Lapis Manalis. Well, I mean, in Lapis Manalis, it's like the packs also come a lot faster. So that's also something, I guess. No. I feel like this was a safe spot in the last try as well. Is this real? Better not be consistent. That would be a really boring discovery this quickly. Yeah, I do agree with that, Aradel. It has a lot going on, and I'm sure, as Zav also kind of pointed out, it's not a problem with the dungeon. The problem is that the people that are tired of this have probably done the dungeon a bunch of times, like a bunch of times, and these small little things have kind of outstayed their welcome. Meanwhile, as I said, I've done this dungeon like, this is the 4th time or so, because I've been... I don't know if lucky is the word in this case. But it had, like, things happened. Like, I haven't had that much time to, like, just spam whatever highest level dungeon was available. So this just didn't come up, essentially. Partly because whenever I'd reached that point, I'd do something like spam fates. Guess I shouldn't have sprinted there. Oh well. And that is also a good point. It is kind of like Bravelock's long stop. A little bit. Like with the dragon. That eats the other boss. The Fates in early access and release week 1 were an absolute blast. I think it's still quite huge. But I could imagine that it would be an absolute, like, it would be absolute chaos right at the start. Seeing people come out of nowhere to just jump some random guy is awesome, yeah. It's like if you're just out and about doing like a quest or something and then a hunt train comes along. Like you're just like, oh, that's a pretty big guy. And then you just see like this stampede of people just... And then it's just dead. Ow. Kraken says, we've tried fighting a chameleon S rank while waiting for the snake to spawn. Many died, but not the S rank. It's pretty funny. Hey, we didn't do it. Hey, on the bright side, you did manage to get some time to pass, right? It was an A rank. That almost makes it funnier. Devastation. You awakened the Hunter Scholar, that's true. Angel, the local master hunter here. We have to hurry! My primal rend! I think I hit one thing. Good enough. Is that a minion of this guy? Of the drowsy? Does anyone know? I haven't seen it. I'm just glad I have my manatee. That being considered. Emir said in game, can Machinist get a dash? It is surprising that Machinist doesn't have anything in that department, isn't it? Like, why, like they could have just had like a jetpack or something that just shoots them forward. It's right there, it's that easy. And they don't have anything. Not only that, not only is it that obvious, the Automaton Queen has a jet on it. Silly option, big jump boots. That could also work. Just randomly they give Machinist heroic leap. For no particular reason. The jumpy boy. Well, the thing is, what you could do on Monk with that mechanic is you could just chase Apollyon around and then just use Thunderclap in the last moment to jump to someone else's safe spot. That, of course, comes with the assumption that someone else in your group knows what they're doing well enough that you can jump to them in time. But that would be a way you could do it. That would require me to know how to play out Monk well enough first. Fair point. Oh. Apparently I... Wait, what did I do? Wait, 900? That's a new achievement, isn't it? It didn't go to 900, did it? Huh? I'm pretty sure it stopped at 700. Or even 500 or something. Didn't it? Oh. If I didn't need some, if I didn't need some evidence that I'm probably a warrior main in that department, if I didn't already have some, I certainly have some now. I do wonder why you stood your ground, Emir. You could have just stepped aside. Choop. What does this look like? It's the same character animation, it's just the spell effect that's different. Same thing with Dark Knight. Wasn't there something about damnation healing you if you get hit? Or if it expires? Is that what's weird? Are you feeling the buffs to mitigations? Well, on Dark Knight, personally, I feel like the bigger impact is that you heal with Shadowed Vigil than the damage reduction. And a really weird thing. This is something that applies to warriors and dark knights, incidentally, but not paladins or gunbreakers, I don't think. This would increase the healing from Primeval Impulse and the healing from Vigilant, assuming they are like applied with Rampart still active. The reason why this is weird is because why would you want to do that? Does it work from Aurora? It would work with Aurora. The reason why I'm saying it's specifically relevant for Warriors and Dark Knights is because this trait means that Rampart has synergy with your other big defensive cooldown. But like, aside from a kitchen sink mechanic in like an extreme or a savage, you probably wouldn't do that, right? You probably wouldn't do that. Like that would be really stupid. But yeah, this enhanced Rampart would make Equilibrium heal for more. It would make Clemency heal for more. It'll make Holy Circle and Holy Spirit heal for more. It'll make Holy Sheltron heal for more. It'll make Soul Eater heal for more. It'll make Abyssal Drain heal for more. It'll make Aurora heal for more. But specifically, Warrior and Dark Knight get a healing effect applied to their new bit, like to their defensive cooldown upgrade. I don't think it'll work with Guardian, because it's technically not healing. It would also work with Heart of Corundum. It's technically not healing, it's a barrier that that is like a heal, so I don't know if it'll work. It might. And it will not work with Great Nebula, I don't think, because it heals you for 20% of your HP, which healing increases does not interact with percentage healing. Ham says Guardian says it does a shield equivalent to a heal of 1k potency. I think it's really weird they don't just say applies a shield with the potency of 1k, because there is no such thing as a shield of 1k. The reason why it matters is because of things like potencies, like healing magic and attack magic. You don't have a barrier magic potency. That doesn't really make sense because Paladin doesn't do healing magic potency. But that is the important thing. There is no such thing as shield potency. There is damage potency and cure potency. And that means that all barriers must say that they are equivalent to a certain potency of shield, because there is no such thing as shield potency. The important thing here to remember is that I'm saying this like it's the law of the universe. I'm saying the developers can't do this because that's the law of the universe, ignoring the part where the developers could just make it so. Like, they could just make it so that there is a thing such as shield potency. Like, they could just make it so that they could write that. And my best explanation for that is that they probably concluded, and this is like, if you've played Hearthstone, you might recognize this. In Hearthstone, is a card game, there's a lot of things that have keywords, but keywords are usually only happening if the keyword itself can be used in like a handful of different ways and it sort of easily explains itself. A particular mechanic that they never made a keyword was something called Joust, where basically the effect it did was, when you play this card, take a random minion from both players' decks, show them if yours cost more, then you win the joust, and then X happens. But sometimes it would be whoever wins, X happens. But because there are so many nuances to that, they never made it a keyword. They just, on every card that did this, they explained it, how that worked, because it was more convoluted to make a keyword because it had so many exceptions and details. And perhaps the Final Fantasy XIV developers decided that it is better to have every action in the game that applies a barrier explain exactly what a barrier is, by saying it creates a barrier that absorbs damage equivalent to some healing amount, which is really long-winded for something where all of us that have played the game for ages go, yeah, it's 500 shield potency. We know. Like, Divine Benison could have read like this. Well, it could have read like this. Just say, applies a shield, shields target, shield potency 500. Done. But they don't do that. ESR says, do we have numbers for how big the shield from Guardian is? I used Clemency to try and get a number and got 18% HP. The problem is, BSR, that you're trying to compare two values that don't scale with each other. What I mean by that is, the better your gear is, the better Guardian will be. But if you munch some buff food, you'll have more HP. And then it'll not be 18%. So like that's something to consider. But yeah, I do believe we tested this briefly after the media tour and saw that 1000 cure potency, which is what Guardian does in barrier, is less than 20% HP, which means that the Gunbreaker defensive is probably better. Probably. And when I say probably, it's because Paladin's Guardian applies a barrier, and a barrier can sometimes prevent or dodge mechanics. Having 20% more HP does not do that. Bruce says it's kind of the joust thing where it's used in multiple ways. 2 ways. Only 2. Yeah, well, I think perhaps my best guess is that Scholar might be to blame for why all the barriers have to be so meticulously explained. Because Adloquium, for example, does not do 560 barrier potency or shield potency. It does not do any shield potency. You heal the target, and then the game takes a copy of that number, multiplies it by 1.8, and then creates a shield from that. Which means that if you actually healed for 0 with Adloquium, it would apply a shield of 0. And I do believe that is actually something that can happen. I recall someone telling me that Sage on Rathalos Extreme, if you apply Creation Diagnosis to players, if they get hit during those 30 seconds, you'll just get an Adder Sting. And you'll just get one. Because the shield breaks immediately, because it doesn't have any value. BSR says they're both stupid powerful cooldowns, but I had someone try and tell me that Guardian is superior, so I've had it on my mind for a while. Well, what I can say, BSR, is that from what I know about scaling and what I've tested, it seems that Guardian's barrier is smaller than the HP that... what's it called? Great Nebula? Great Nebula. The HP it gives is more than the barrier that Guardian gives. So, in that aspect, Gunbreaker wins. In any aspect where you're trying to heal someone based on their max HP. Like, for example, if you already have Great Nebula active and then a Scholar uses Protraction on you, Protraction will also heal for more because you have more HP. So, like, that's better. But 1000 Barrier being, like, about 18% of your HP, for example, means that Guardian is almost as good. But it is a barrier, and barriers have some distinct advantages that having more HP doesn't. The key here is, when are those advantages relevant? So take an example. In Endwalker, Smileton, final boss, mine comes down. In Endwalker, Warrior could easily just delete it. Dark Knight could easily just delete it. Both Paladin and Gunbreaker, to actually get rid of the mine without help from anyone else, they had to click their invuln if they didn't want to get paralyzed. Because they didn't have a barrier. Guardian is a barrier. That's not helpful in Smileton because you could only do that if you're unsynced. But the principle of the matter is that in a similar context, in Dawntrail, Paladin has a barrier and Gunbreaker... Brutal Shell doesn't count. It's not big enough. But by comparison, Gunbreaker does not. And there's a significant difference between having access to a good barrier and not. Which means that Gunbreaker is distinctly standing out between the tanks as being the one without the good barrier. Because all the other tanks have a good barrier, and Gunbreaker does not. Is that important? Probably not. But is distinctly different in the same way that Monk still is the melee DPS without a filler ranged attack. Still. Which is probably even more prominently clear when Viper has a dedicated, super ranged filler attack for when you need it. Gunbreaker deals more damage to compensate? Sometimes. And that is pretty funny, Parent. Back in P2S, if you had too many shields on the water knockback, you wouldn't get hit with it or affected by the knockback and would kill the person you were supposed to knock into. But see, that's of course the downsides, but it's the idea. Didn't Monk finally get a ranged attack in Dawntrail? Yes. Yes, they did. One. They got one. One. Technically. Why is Fire's reply a ranged attack? It's not even Wind's reply. That's the same as Enlightenment. How often can they use it? Let's see. Once per minute during their every minute burst. Fru says job deals more or less damage to compensate. Sometimes is half of all job discussions in this game, and yes, that is also true. Gunbreaker, I believe right now, I think Gunbreaker is winning pretty hard on damage right now, but that can change. Like, it's a potency balancing thing. Support tax is fake. If support tax was real, Ninja would not be bottom melee. What? Yeah, I suppose if support tax was real, then Monk and Reaper would be down there duking it out for bottom feeder melee DPS. And you might be sitting there saying, wait, why them? Monk? 2-minute cooldown. That's a 500 potency raid heal. Reaper. That's 250 every 30 seconds. By comparison, Viper has nothing. Samurai has, well, they have good healing for themselves, but no one else. Dragoon has Life Surge. And Ninja has, I don't think, what's it called? Shade Shift? I don't think that counts. Oh yeah, and Monk also has Mantra. Which would work with Earth's Reply, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I don't think support tax is really real. I think it's like, it's more complicated than that. It's a lot of things that decides what job is stronger and what job is weaker, and I think... Wouldn't raid buffs count as support as well? It depends on how we're looking at it. I'm pretty sure when someone says ninja would not be bottom melee, what they mean is not personal DPS. I'm pretty sure they mean raid DPS, which means that damage cooldowns are included in that observation. That's why I was listing defensive stuff. Isn't Reaper's 3%? Yes. The argument of support tax is not... is kind of like put on the side of the rest. Basically... Ninja and Monk, if we just look at what they provide on damage, they both provide one raid buff that make you do 5% more damage for 20 seconds. They both do that. That's their damage. So, with that in mind, they personally should do the same amount of DPS. The remaining 5% will come, like, the remaining damage they're missing to, like, stand up to the rest of the melee cast will come from the raid buff. What's Kunai's Bane? It's an AoE version of Trick Attack that it upgrades into that does more damage. But support tax is, well, Monk and Ninja should be equal, but Monk has better support, so they should do slightly less damage. That's support tax. Support tax is, well, Summoner provides a 5% damage bonus for 20 seconds. Pictomancer provides a 5% damage bonus for 20 seconds. Red Mage provides a 5% damage bonus for 20 seconds. But only Summoner and Red Mage can rest, so they should do less damage than Pictomancer. That is support tax. The thing is, and this is my argument for why support tax doesn't really exist, is Machinist does about the same damage as a Red Mage or a Summoner. Machinist does not have a res. And defensively, they provide approximately the same as a Bard or a Dancer. So either Machinist is underpowered or support tax doesn't really exist. Machinist has single tag reprisal. Well, true, Bard has Nature's Min and Warden's Paean. Dancer has Curing Waltz and Improvisation. So I think it evens out. And the reason why I'm latching onto Machinist for this is that Machinist isn't particularly much stronger than Bard or Dancer, as far as I know. It doesn't really matter more than it needs to, because I'm pretty sure Machinist is strong enough. But when we have these discussions, often what people latch onto is the job that I want to play is weaker than job that I don't want to play. And I want the job that I want to play to be stronger, because then I can feel good about playing the job that I want to play, which is understandable. Right? Like, the thing is, players that get angry when their job is not the strongest, if they're very focused on, like, hardcore content, a big part of this problem is that they want to play a job that is good for the team, but they also want to play their favorite job. So they want to be able to choose their favorite job without feeling like they're letting their group down. And the best way for that to happen is if their job happens to be the best choice anyway. And exactly, Perrin, you could also make the argument that Red Mage can raise people faster than... more people faster with dual cast, so it should do less damage than Summoner, and as you say, that's not the case right now. And then, if, like, I could then... And again, this is also something that I don't subscribe to. Some players say more difficult jobs should do more damage. This is often also more heavily perpetuated by players that play jobs that are generally perceived as harder, because that's a very good argument for saying my job should be better without saying my job should be better. You just say harder jobs should be better. Incidentally, I play a harder job, so... and I think a lot of people would be very easily convinced that Red Mage is harder to play than Summoner. And that way they can reason that it is okay that Red Mage does more damage, despite them having more reses per minute than Summoner. Ham says those players are called elitists and gatekeepers. Also true. The reason why I don't subscribe to that idea is because if you balance things so that the jobs that are stronger, the jobs that are harder are stronger, then you're balancing the game about an objective opinion. And let's just say that on my video series of what were the hardest jobs in Endwalker, I can guarantee you that this is a very objective thing, and if you actually let the developers balance the jobs so that the ones that are harder are the stronger ones, then there's a good chance that the jobs you think are hard don't get to be the strongest. And what I mean by that is both, if one of the people at the reins of this balancing happens to main your job, or the job you think is hard, then they might not determine that the job is hard, because they're good at it. Or maybe whoever decides this balancing just doesn't agree with you on what is hard and what is not. And depending on who you ask, some players, and I'm not joking, some players find Summoner overwhelming to pick up. You might then say, and this is what people usually say when I say this, is lol, just click buttons. Yes, But if you actually try and read how to play Summoner, if you actually try to read all the tooltips to figure out how Summoner works, you're going to get overwhelmed. Have you seen how big their tooltips are? And most of it is nonsense that you don't need to know. And all of this boils down to, does damage make Gem Shine do damage twice, make you able to smack enemy with Firebook twice? Yeah, exactly, Gazel. Endwalker Astrologian isn't hard at all because you only have to play a card every 30 seconds. Exactly, exactly. That's actually a classic. A lot of players that go, Astrologian isn't hard. And then you discover that they don't know how to do card bursts, or they choose not to do card bursts. Yeah, then it's not hard. But you're also not like playing it optimally. And that's also a thing that and this is also something that I talked about in those videos. A job can be ridiculously easy when you're playing it at like a basic level. But if you're playing it to perfection, that can be really hard. Like, for example, Machinist is a good example of this. Machinist and Dark Knight. And they're like... And actually Viper drops into this bucket as well, although I would say Viper is a lot easier, because they have like more free flow. Like Viper's more comparable to Dark Knight, where Machinist is its own like whole page on this. The thing these jobs have in common is that they have the capacity to put together like a very efficient 20-second burst window. But innately, they have no reason to do that. Like, they don't have any reason to do that, because they don't have a temporary damage buff. They couldn't care less. Why would you do 2 reawakens in quick successions for any other reason than it's pretty funny? If you're looking at it in a vacuum, you have no reason to. Why would you plan all of your burst as a machinist in such a strict window? Doesn't matter in a vacuum. Dark Knight, why are you stockpiling resources? Just click Shadowbringer when it's ready. Just go for it, man. And the reason is simply that everyone else's damage buff is your burst window now. And you don't now have to figure out how to make a burst. And if you're the more casual leaning you are as a player, the less this observation, 1, matters to you, and 2, actually affects you. If you don't have anyone in your random groups that are actually trying to do burst windows, then you don't have a burst window either. Alright, Emir, thank you for coming. Have a good evening. And that means that a machinist in a casual setting is really easy to play, because you just click whatever. You just click whatever. The only thing you could consider is if you don't use your tools right, you might drift Wildfire a bit. But it doesn't really matter. And now, like at higher levels, you get 2 charges on Drill and Bioblaster. So there's a much wider window of opportunity where you can just let Drill sit for a bit. It's just Air Anchor and Chainsaw you need to worry about now. And for Dark Knight, if you don't have any raid buffs in your group, you don't have to worry about anything. You just smash your keyboard and use everything. And it's the same with Viper. If you don't have any raid buffs, like if you don't have any raid buffs in your group, then this is your only temporary burst window. It happens like twice per boss fight. And you might not even want to use it. And that gives this weird... that gives rise to this weird scenario where you have jobs that can be perceived as objectively by some players that their opinion is that this job is incredibly easy or incredibly hard. depending on what kind of content they do with that job. So I would never want the game to be balanced around making it so that the harder jobs are better. Because it would also mean that if the game was balanced, and this is also an important thing, if the game was balanced such that the harder to play jobs are stronger, then it means that the developers essentially produce a gameplay loop where the intended player behavior is that you start with the easier jobs. Once you've learned those, you graduate to the stronger, harder jobs, which would mean that Summoner is a starter job, but something like Black Mage or Pictomancer is like the real job that you play in endgame, because Summoner can't do that. They're the training wheel job, right? Parent says, I do think it would be nice to have more rewarding skill ceilings, but having higher skill ceilings gatekeeps less skilled players. That's also true. And I will also say that one of the best ways that they can actually do this is they should not make it so the harder jobs do more damage. They should make it so the harder to perform rotations in the sphere of that specific job does more damage than the easier rotation in that job. But that job, compared to other jobs, should still be reasonably balanced. By which I mean, in Endwalker, non-standard Black Mage was harder to master, I've heard. I've also heard some say that it's easier once you get your feet into it. Or your hands on it, or what you want to choose to say. But it makes sense that it did slightly more damage than playing standard. Perfect. Good. Whatever. But it's a problem if it's balanced such that Black Mage has to do more damage because it's harder to play than some other job. Shell says, I find it a bit harder to remember when 2 minutes are coming up on jobs like Viper and Dark Knight compared to jobs with 2-minute buffs. Really? Well, my tip there, Phil, is that if you do your opener right, then Living Shadow will come up about 2 GCDs, I think. Around 2 GCDs before raid buffs. The same applies for Viper. Maybe 3. 2 or 3. Maybe 1 even. 2 or 3. So you just you just have to, as a Viper, you just have to click Serpent's Ire and then not click Reawaken immediately. Just give it a couple GCDs. With Dark Knight, you just click Living Shadow and then you don't click Disesteem immediately. Give it a few GCDs. But if you use those on cooldown, they're basically your clock keeping track of the 2-minute burst. And if you're in like a random dungeon as Viper and your co-DPS is unpredictable, but they sometimes buff up, you could just go, well, I might lose some reawakens, but I'll just use Serpent's Ire when the other DPS clicks their buff. Yeah, don't immediately disesteem. Let him think he's safe for a bit. Let him think that it's okay. Give him a chance. And then diss him. I'm not saying that that makes it easier, Phil. Because I think a lot of the 2-minute burst jobs have an advantage somewhere else. What I mean by that is that if you're playing a Pictomancer, for example, your entire rotation is building up to that 2-minute burst. It's obvious. You can see it a mile away when it's coming. For Viper, like, you're going to use Reawaken like 3 times in these 2 minutes. This is just one of them. Like, whatever, right? So it feels like there's less focus on it, whereas the jobs that are more focused on their 2-minute bursts, they're looking at it. They're preparing for it. They're working towards it, like the big crescendo, whereas the Vipers, like, basically all of the jobs with the raid buffs are they're putting together like a party, and then jobs like Viper that don't add anything, they're that guy that kicks in the door and goes, "Oh, you're having a party? Awesome! I'll be the guy drinking the beer." And because they're kind of just kicking the door in, it makes perfect sense that it'll be harder for them to remember when the party starts. That's why they're late. I think like, I also get that one, Phil. That's actually pretty funny. When I was doing the stream of progging Extreme 1, I basically just clicked Reawaken whenever. Then a few, like a day after, I farmed it a bit in like a random group with Aradel and Sip. In that group, there was a dancer, and that dancer partnered me. So now I had a lot more incentive to make sure that, at the very least, I had a reawaken in the chamber when Devilment appeared. So if you ever need an incentive to remember to burst on time, you just need a dancer. You just need a dancer. They'll remind you. It's a surprise party for the Viper. That's pretty good. Dancer's real purpose, they're there like with a wooden mallet just donking the selfish DPS on their head going, "Burst time!" Bonk. What if the dancer does their devilment at an insane moment? What if they do it before technical step? Then there's not much you can do. My advice, and I'm pretty sure I said this in my Viper guide, is because of how free-flowing the Viper rotation is, you can just, like, if your group is extremely unpredictable, whether you have a, like, if your raid buffs are completely unpredictable, whether you have a dancer who's being an idiot, or you have, like, just 3 different guys doing raid buffs and they do it at random times. What you can do as a Viper is, because this gauge is very, like, free-flowing, you can have 2, like, you can stockpile 2 before you spend 1. You can just hold 1 in the chamber and try your best to be ready at any moment. So if you suddenly get a raid buff, you reawaken. Like, you get a raid buff, you reawaken, unless you're in the middle of the Dreadwinder combo. Karen says, apparently it's pretty bad to have a dancer and a ninja in the party right now because of how incompatible they are in terms of buff timings. How so? Does ninja use Mog too early, Dokomori too early? Or what is it? Or is it because, by virtue of Kunai's Bane and Trick Attack being still 15 seconds, Ninja's Burst is a clear, strict 15-ish seconds and not 20? So it kind of wastes a little bit, in a way? Or something? Dancer wants a hard 7.5 second buff. Right, with technical step. And Ninja wants Dokomori earlier. Oh, yeah. I could see that. Yeah, I get that. It's a little bit... I don't know... Do Reaper still use Arcane Circle extremely early, or do they let it sit a little bit now? Because of how they really do want Gluttony and Executioner's thingies now? Because Arcane Circle would probably have mildly the same problem. That it comes out too soon. Too soon! You've raid buffed me too soon, Executus! Yeah, exactly, true. That is an advantage that Viper has that for example, Samurai doesn't have in the same capacity. That Viper can just burst when it happens to be convenient. Whereas Samurai kinda has to, like, they have to schedule that. They have to schedule that one. And know when to do it. And if you're not ready when they are, then they just have to let it rip. But I do wonder, it is an interesting thing with how in Endwalker most buffs were 15 seconds, so those that happen to be 20, you could like those could just be used a little sooner. But now that most of them are 20 seconds, you can't really, like, it doesn't work that way anymore. Gleaming says, I wanted to ask if I'm using XCOG on cooldown, it stops aligning with recitation, so to use recitation for indomitability in that time. That depends on what you need. A key trick is that if you're using XCOG on cooldown, oh yeah, because of the reduced cooldown. I don't know. You could use every second one on Adloquium. Like if you really want to be like resource efficient with recitation, you could use every second one on Adlo. You could also use it on Indomitability, but there's no reason to do that if you don't need the raid-wide healing. But yeah, I can do the appointment whenever. Samurai, please schedule your birth with my secretary. And speaking of XCOG, I feel like you should just save recitation when you need it now. If you're in a dungeon, then saving anything for when you need it is goes under the classic healer mistakes of saving everything for a rainy day. Probably not. Gazel says, why do so many people love to use XCOG on cooldown strictly? Not necessarily on cooldown, but it's not a bad strategy. Excogitation is a super efficient heal for a single person. I'm not supposed to use GCD heals here. Well, Gleaming, in a raid, you should probably not be using XCOG on cooldown. In a dungeon, you can use XCOG on cooldown. The key thing, and this is what Gazel is kind of pointing out, is if the healing isn't needed, you might not need to use XCOG on cooldown. Like, that's the thing with healing, is that while you can spreadsheet it and design everything perfectly, you don't have to do everything in a specific way if a different way works. But the thing is, you can use GCD heals between packs. If there's nothing to attack, then it doesn't cost you anything to use a GCD heal, which means recitation is a 1-minute cooldown. In your average group, each AoE pull takes about a minute, which means you'll have recitation for every pull. Which means the first pull, you can put recitation XCOG on the tank if you want to. You can also do this as you run with them. Just swift cast Adlo, and with this, swift cast will be available for guaranteed for every pull. So if you have recitation but not excogitation, you can just swift cast Adlo to spend the recitation instead. But yeah, exactly, Phil. In dungeons, you'd probably use recitation on cooldown-ish. In raids, you would absolutely be saving something like recitation for when you actually need it. Similarly to how you wouldn't use excog unless you actually need it. But it is an important thing to consider that you don't have to use excog precisely on cooldown. You don't have to. It's a really nice default if you don't like either, if you don't want to think about it, or if you don't know if you can trust your tank. As you get better at recognizing how good or bad tanks play, you can more easily determine when you can and can't trust the tank to get by with excog. For example, if you have a warrior who's really good about like maintaining themselves, you might not need to use excog. This is the key here. The reason why there even is a discussion about whether you should use excog on cooldown or not is because every time you use excogitation and it wasn't needed, you could have used something else. If it was from your ether flow bank, then that could have been energy drain. If it was recitation, I guess it could have been adloquium, but that probably wouldn't have helped either. If the tank didn't need excog, they probably didn't need adloquium either. So it's usually circling back to energy drain. That's usually what it's about. Speaking of something with excogitation and things like protraction, this is something that I did want to mention. Because of how snapshotting works of buffs, and this was something I mentioned about this trait earlier, the trait from Rampart that increases healing received. Dark Knight's Shadowed Vigil applies Vigilant immediately when you activate it. Vigilant it's basically excogitation. And excogitation actually snapshots your healing increasing effects when you place it on someone. Not when it pops. So that means if you use protraction excogitation, then excogitation will heal for 10% more, even though excogitation pops in 45 seconds instead of during protraction. This means that if you use Rampart, and then just as Rampart is about to end, you use Shadowed Vigil, Vigilant will heal for 15% more, because you had a healing increasing effect when it was applied. Damnation is a lot more confusing, because it applies Primeval Impulse either when you get hit, or when it expires. Because Primeval Impulse is a separate buff that is applied to you when something happens, I'm 99% certain that Primeval Impulse will only benefit from the healing increase from Rampart if Primeval Impulse is applied to you while Rampart is still active, which means that you would need to have Rampart and Damnation overlapping for a reasonable amount of time for that to matter. Alright, Gureen, enjoy your evening. Phil says, how many jobs have an excog equivalent at this point? Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, well, Scholar, Summoner, isn't that everything? I'm pretty sure that's all. Still weird that there's 4 of them. Weird that there's 4 of them, isn't it? A good old bootleg excog. I'm pretty sure there's just 4. Am I forgetting someone? Actually, this isn't excog, but I do want to mention that there's technically somehow there is more than one job with this effect. Restores HP at the end of the effect's duration. Anyone know who the other job is? Like, what's the other job that has this effect? It's not the damage reduction. It specifically restores HP at the end of the effect's duration. There's another job that has this effect on a button since Dawntrail. White Mage? Is it? Does White Mage have that? Which action? I'm pretty sure they don't. Is that not Dark Knight? No, Dark Knights is an XCOG effect. That one is specifically pops at HP threshold or expiration. When barrier effect expires. That's kinda similar. That wasn't exactly what I was going for, because this is like still a variable ending time, because it's either when it dies or when it runs out. The job I was thinking about, and like the thing is that this is so close that I would say, yeah, that's understandable. I could have said the exact same thing and meant White Mage. I'm actually thinking about Samurai. Restores HP when effect expires. Did anyone expect Samurai to have that? And also, why? Why does it wait 8 seconds to heal? Why does it wait 8 seconds? I'm just saying, on a 15-second cooldown. On a 15-second cooldown. I would want this on any job. This is an like, I don't even care that it generates resources. This is an insanely good defensive cooldown. Like, every time you see something is going to do damage to you, you click this, you reduce the hit, you generate some resources, and then you heal. Like, I would, like, if any job got this, I would be like, that's pretty sweet. I'm pretty happy with that. Like, for whatever level, and just as a cooldown you get at some point. Just give, like, if you give this to any DPS job, they'll be happy. And the weirdest part is, like, Tenget's here reduces the damage for one attack. But because it heals you this much, it doesn't even matter. I'm just reiterating, because my second wind is still 500 potency, it heals for this much. Okay, that's a crit, but you get my point. Heals for like 1/8 of your HP. So you can heal yourself 1/8 of your HP whenever you get hit every 15 seconds. And you still have roll actions. Isn't this the only button that reduces the damage of one attack? I think so. Yeah, exactly. Sheltron used to. Back in the day, Sheltron blocked one attack. Imagine it on a tank. Imagine it on a tank. Like, I'm just saying. Same cooldown as TBN, by the way. Same cooldown as TBN. It's not as good as TBN. TBN blocks 25% HP in damage, so that's like a fourth compared to an eighth. So if this had been a tank cooldown, it would probably have said 1000 pure potency, right? Very balanced. Probably not. Ostravi says the heal being after 8 seconds kind of makes it weird, because the healer generally just heals you up in most cases. That's true. The thing is, this actually helps you in a way to learn something. This is something that I've talked about somewhat briefly in, I think, most of my, like, starter job guides for jobs that learn Second Wind, is the lesson that while you can use Second Wind the moment you're missing HP, usually it only helps if you're using Second Wind when you're the only one who's missing HP. So if you have an 8-man raid team, the boss goes kaboom, and then everyone takes like 50% of the HP and damage. The samurai use Tengets here, and they heal an 1/8 of their HP back. The Black Mage still has half HP, and the healers are still going to do raid-wide healing to heal the Black Mage up. So this doesn't matter. But if you had used Second Wind instead, you would have wasted a 2-minute cooldown for the same result. And sometimes you don't actually get fully topped up. The healers maybe they cast Medica 3 or something, and then they just kind of hope that you'll heal up. But if you helped a little bit, you might be in a safer spot, so they'll let you heal up. But this also, by the way, makes Samurai an excellent contender for being a tank. If you don't bring an actual tank. This is pretty good. With that said, we managed to do dailies. We even managed to farm a little bit dungeons. A little bit. But if you enjoyed the company of me or the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join. Where you will find me, and I think most of the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule, which I usually update Sunday or Monday. This time it'll be Monday, where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days on the channel. You can also find the announcement room, where you'll see links to streams, videos, whatever, when they come up. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I do plan a stream or post a video or something. You'll get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it on YouTube. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support me or the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member, a cultist of the pink. Or you can even gift memberships if you'd like to do that. And you can also use the super chat system to send a message, a funny message or whatever. Or, if you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a link to a Ko-Fi page in the description. It all helps me directly, so that I can focus on doing stuff like this, doing job guides, without worrying about whether it catches the algorithm or something, and focus on making something that you all will find helpful, hopefully. With that said, that's pretty much everything from me tonight, and next week, Pictomancer guides are coming, and then we hope that the patch on Tuesday doesn't completely destroy Viper, right? But yeah, that's all for me. I hope you enjoyed, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.